Then Dio was given a task to push the chair, but before that, we forgot about the part where Dio and Dristel or Casimir were almost pushed into the lava/fire pit. But yeah, so after trying to push the chair, Dio's hands were scarred, arms were damaged a little bit from pushing into the weird plants that cut into her. She walked off seemingly injured, but you were clued that the plants were harmless by a very interesting, awkward, and potentially malicious attack on Lauren's hand. As our boy Corin stabbed her and she recovered within a few minutes to seconds. So that led to an altercation between him and, of course, the lover boy. And yeah, you guys brought back everything to the guild hall. Did I miss anything in particulars?
Not
Or
that I
anyone
think.
want to add things?
I guess not to sound overprotective, but the hand did not heal because when Dristel had his arms on Corin
It was
at
still by
that
then.
point. No, he walked up and grabbed him, and then you said Lauren pulled the crystal out of her hand, and that's when it healed.
He never implanted it. He stabbed it with it, and she pulled out.
Really, I thought she was stabbed through the hand.
Yeah, it went through, but he didn't leave it in her hand.
When Lauren pulled it out, need to recheck the bot on that one.
Wait,
well.
Real quick before we start, surprise, do you know what, if anything, does Ember talk to you anything about Thursday? Did you do anything for Thursday? I don't know what's happening.
Ember has not reached out to me about Thursday. Seems like Saturday's on hold for a while,
Yeah.
so...
That's what I figured, you just bring Kermit over.
Okay, I mean, I just don't know what Kermit would do in that world.
Yeah, we'll talk about it
I guess
later.
just hunt and all that.
The other one, I guess? Do you want to make something else? Okay. So, what was the last thing we were talking about in the guild hall? Remember.
I think Eden became an official member of the Jesters, and then I went to sleep.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So, we have the crown. We don't. Oh yeah, we have the hourglass. So yeah, not the hourglass. The scale. I guess Vi
the
pulls
scale and the pin.
Yeah, so I guess Vi pulls up the scale and it's like, so should we do this or should we do anything else we need to do before we do this? Like check it again, make sure we're all good.
I believe ladies best. So, if you don't mind, he gestures for the scale to be pulled out.
Pulled it out.
And just a little spit in it.
We all check ourselves again. Did anything change?
Dio has gone up by 1, I believe.
Who?
Dio.
Dio? Dio fucked it up.
Yep. Sloth went not sloth.
Okay, so...
But that was accounted for. That whole point, that was the whole point, that doing this would probably lead her down what's the word? A slothful point by doing this.
Yeah, but if we do it and it doesn't happen immediately, then...
Once again, that was
Dio's
the
kind of
whole...
looking very nervous, like...
That was the whole point of her moving the thing.
Yeah, I don't know. It was weird, right? Should we put the trust in that one random dude in that chair that knows what he's talking about, or should we just let Driscoll stab somebody?
Why do I have to stab somebody?
Because you're the easiest one. You just gotta go down one, right? So you're like 2 up. So I mean, if you go out and like start this being wrathful, you go down one, and then we're all good. Yeah, because Dio went 1 to the good, so you gotta go 1 to the bad. Someone's gotta go 1 bad. Or we trust the random guy in the chair and we spit in it and put the pin in. And if we spit in and put the pin in, doesn't it mean it locks it in whatever we are now? So I mean, it'll get locked in as.
No one has those answers.
The guide might. Where's the guide?
He's back in the sloth area that we left.
Guide.
The guide.
Oh, the guide. Sorry,
Corin?
I heard guy.
Yeah, I heard it too, but I figured what he meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the guy will speak out through Undyne. And then Undyne's going to look over to you guys and shrug and say, she says it's a path that you all have chosen, and it'll play out as necessary.
Okay, fine. Everyone's spitting it.
Wait, we're missing someone.
Corin?
Oh, where is he?
Corin,
Go around.
you
Where
guys
did he go?
told him not to come here.
Oh, he's like outside or something, right? I don't know.
No, you guys told him not to come.
Yeah.
Call him and tell him to come then. Actually, we can go out somewhere. Just in case this place blows up.
Didn't really tell him about this place. We kept meeting at the brothel, and he's just
to go find an open field and do this in, just in case like it blows up or something. Picks up the scale and heads out.
Well, should we go to I don't know, the crown area?
What if something good happens?
I mean, if it blows up, then it blows up in the crown area.
What if something good happens?
Then we should do it here. So I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, neutral area seems like fair. Fair where we are, so we can keep it if it's good. If it's bad, then.
So the most neutral area that you guys know of is the fair area. The carnival area.
Who cares about the carnival? Let's go there.
Is that where we're headed?
Weren't you just worried about an explosion though? Isn't there a lot of people there?
We'll do it like in a parking lot or something. No, we don't. Field or something.
I mean, would it be a bad idea to do it outside of town?
Yes.
I mean, should we go to the horseman and be like?
Does Anar go to do you go by the wall or something? Isn't there no one there?
By the wall, you said?
Wherever Anar goes to be by themselves.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so I mean, we can go there.
Other than the basic patrol, that's about it.
Yeah,
so just you guys. Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, we call the 7.
All right.
Big open thing here.
That's just I guess the pier, I would say, leading towards the docks.
Pretty big open area.
Yeah.
Yeah, park or something. I don't know. What could it be?
What you doing, Doki Doke? But yeah, so
Behind Vi's house is a big yard.
let me get Corin's token. Okay. So you guys all pull up and gather around by the gate, you say? Or the wall?
We assemble the crew.
Alright. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're still missing Theo. Alright. Alright, so Corin's kind of just standing nearby, folding his arms, watching everybody kind of gather up.
I guess I'll get Red to be there too or something. People, the rest of my crew, just in case.
All
We
right.
gotta fight something. Assemble the crew. Yeah. In the back, waiting.
Squad ready.
Just in case.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Sticky's probably back at the base though. Yeah, cool.
Be there for the
So-
final fight. No.
We need stakes. Grab the mascots. Somebody get Krillin out front.
Yeah. Scapegoat. Who's going Super Saiyan?
He can be our Krillin, it's fine.
Fuck!
Like really tiny Krillin. Do it, yeah. So we go to the field, I guess with the hour or whatever we're at. We go somewhere, an open area. We I guess I'll spit in the hourglass and then put the pin in.
You mean the scale?
Scale, yeah. I keep saying hourglass is stupid busy.
Alright, so you guys gather up, take your turn, spit into it. You see the numbers kind of shift slightly as you slide the pin in. One number in particular, and it pops into place. Scale changes from normal gold to a more glistening gold. Seems really sparkly, and it's
Good job,
just
Scale.
it's humming.
Look at everyone like, okay, what
Why
do we do?
are you whistling? Are you whistling? What's going on over there?
I'm not doing anything. Guide, what's happening? What do we do now?
Your horseman. Where is she?
Can I call her? Okay, yeah, we call.
I
Probably
told you.
calls the horseman.
Alright, so you gave her a phone, so she's going to pick up. Yes, hello?
Yeah, we were done. We got the 7. We spit in the scale. We put the pin in. Everything's good. Do what you gotta do. We're in the.
Wait. You did it without me nearby?
I didn't know we needed you. Oh, that's what has happened.
So she hangs up. And
Ooh, Vi, you fucked up.
Fuck up. No one else said anything. You guys are all here. You should have said something. No, I can't be trusted with this kind of shit.
No. If anyone can be trusted, it's you. So you fucked up.
No. You're supposed to be. You're the wizard.
No, you're the leader. You take some responsibility.
You're the wizard, and wait, no, Dio, you're the smart one.
I'm just following orders.
Yeah,
No one say anything.
See, following orders, the boss.
You guys gotta speak up. You knew something. That's your job. Doesn't make me look good. Who's my secretary?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on still.
Oh, well, write that in the notes. Write in the notes that they need to make me look good and speak up more.
Should I write any names in particular on speak up more and make you look good?
And Dio and anyone else that knows things that I don't. They're supposed to be smart. Iggy's supposed to be a wizard even though he doesn't have his wizard hat anymore. Guess you're no longer a wizard.
Icky, Dio, and people that know more than Vi should speak up.
Pretty much everybody.
And make Vi look good. Got it.
Oh, Icky, can you do wizard stuff anymore without your hat?
Yes, because I'm not a wizard. But yeah, the hat didn't give me powers, Vi. They try and do some magic stuff. Wait, it's not working.
Undyne's gonna are you gonna let her talk to you like that? Just it's not your name. We went over this.
It's fine. That's what they've known me as for the longest time. So I'm not about to correct them. That's okay.
Your name was Icky?
Icky is another mask. To be technical.
I just thought you were like Icky, so I called you Icky.
That's insulting too.
It's like the dead silence.
It's like Sticky. I thought was Sticky, so we call him Sticky. I don't know his real name.
The mask you guys met me as was Ichabod. Ichabod himself was a mask in a sense. If you haven't put together masks, or what I call my personalities that I change into, but Yeah, that's not my real name, but
Mm.
it's fine. You can call me Icky. Icky's a perfectly acceptable name.
Mhm.
It's
So
okay,
the
man.
ringing in the
Look,
hourglass, not hourglass, you got me saying it, and the scale gets a little bit louder.
what are you doing, Vi?
And the horseman should be on the way. Maybe they're getting closer.
Can we move towards the horseman so that we meet the scale and the horseman faster?
But if it blows
Good.
up when they touch, she
What if it
turns
blows
to
up if they
like
don't touch?
what if she turns
I'm
to a
pretty sure she
giant
can
like
run.
Godzilla and starts stomping on the city?
But
just lost
Like
my
Driscoll's right
Jurassic?
here.
How big Driscoll
We
can
can
get,
call her
but
to see. How about we call her to see if she knows it'll blow up if we try to get them closer?
okay.
I
mean,
don't
she
want to
can
know
run
if
and
it'll
talk at
blow
the
up. If
same
it
time,
blows
can
up, it
she?
blows up. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I don't want.
mentally, she can
I
just
don't want to know that it
scale you back,
potentially
right?
could go up.
Vi calls the horseman again.
And what was that
Doesn't matter.
surprise?
What, Josh?
Doesn't end.
I
Okay.
can't hear anyone right now. Is anyone talking?
Lots of people are
Yes.
talking.
Yes.
Yes.
Guy's dead.
Okay, let me. Okay, now I can hear.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just had
Cool.
to jump out and jump back in. My internet's been acting a bit odd. Don't
Cool.
know why.
Is everyone else still here?
Was I speaking over
Yeah.
everyone by mistake?
Kinda a little bit, but not really.
It's it's fine.
My apologies.
That's fine. It happens.
All right. So what you guys doing?
She didn't answer.
That.
I
Do
mean,
you
it's
know where
fine.
they
It just
started?
They're on the way, I think.
Yeah, but do you know where they were?
I looks at you like you're my secretary. You're supposed to know this. I
I
don't
don't
remember.
even know who the horseman is.
Oh well.
Like, is that like a Minotaur sort of deal?
Nope.
Well, that's racist.
Lady.
Okay, some lady.
Her name's Freya. She has white hair. She has a daughter.
I
Who's
don't
that?
think
Okay.
I've met her.
She's kind of got like a Karen cut, you know.
Yeah.
Her husband is into wearing masks and
Oh,
held in
I might.
contempt in another country.
That makes sense. Oh.
Wait, no, you had me for a moment. But is the boss held in contempt in other countries? Because
No,
that's
not the father, the husband.
okay. So different person.
Yeah.
Sorry, my sister's calling me.
I. Well, if it's supposed to blow up, I mean, why take out other people, right? And maybe it's supposed to take us to somewhere new, like a magical
Doesn't matter. We can
explosion.
just leave it here. She gets here.
I mean, if something's gonna blow up, I don't want to know about it. It'll be a lot less painless that way.
When she comes here, she can come hug the statue or the scale, and then we can see what happens, and we can do what we need to do. We can wait.
Why are you guys all on edge today?
Bro, I was wondering, you guys are being all weird, and I'm like, just wait. Let's give it a second.
We're being weird.
You don't want to like run through the city with it towards them, or someone wants to do that.
I didn't say I wanted to do that.
Someone did. Look at the secretary.
Don't
It's
look
okay.
at me.
The secretary said that. Anyways,
It gets to the point where the humming from the scale starts to become very loud screeching.
I was trying to do like, hush you. Shh. We're talking.
Like a teapot on the stove top. is screeching.
Shit over. Shh. Pick it back up.
You think we should tell Riku some stuff might be going like prepare his butthole or something like
I
just be
guess
ready.
just call everyone. Vida's like Vida's a mass text to everyone she knows. Shit is going down.
Shit is going. Yeah. All right. So you get some responses like question mark, looking eyes.
Oh yeah, the 7. We have assembled the crew. We're calling Captain Planet. It's fine. Whatever we call this thing. We have assembled the crew. We have got the 7 has been assembled. We called the horsemen. We spit in the scale. We put the pin in. Shit's going down.
Never mind.
Yeah. So you get some congratulations.
Anyone wants to come watch? We're over here. It might blow up.
It's like,
did it hurt? It's just like the pin in. It's like,
some jokes. Yeah.
Deja vu. Yeah, it's a joke, but who knows? May or may not blow up. But I do it in a joking way. Like it might blow up, but meh.
Driscoll will just text. I'm not really sure if Vi has Bryson and Yvette.
Yvette didn't really care about Bryson. Yvette was hot, so.
Okay. So Yvette would be kind of questioning, like, what's 7? What's going on? So, I was gonna say ratio for a moment.
Uses way too many emojis.
Casimir just like in text not Lauren, Yvette and Bryson to stay safe. Something loud might happen outside, so keep your ears covered. And I'll update you when we know more.
So Vi's like, when it's all done, party at the brothel. Celebration or something.
So your surroundings are pretty bland of people, or I guess devoid of people, besides those who are near you. So the scale starts to glow a bright light, even brighter than its little glistening sparkles and stuff. And a little line of energy starts floating towards Eden.
What's up, Eden?
What do you do, Eden?
He's low-key not here.
Out for like.
Oh, you said on phone call?
Yeah, he's taking a call or something. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just say it's floating to Serena instead. So Serena's going to slowly back away as it slowly coasts.
Yeah, if I picks up and moves out of the way, like, no, it's mine. You can't have it.
So you moving the scale doesn't move the stream of light.
Not scale, like Serena. That's because like waves like no.
So you move the. Yeah. So it's going to then coast towards Hush.
That's mine too. Stop it.
I think it's looking for the host.
Yeah. Leave my girls alone.
So then it's looking at
Stephen can't be the host, right?
Yeah.
So perhaps if we
just
circle it,
get everyone away from here that isn't a set.
All right. So within a few seconds after it starts looking for its connection, if you guys look up into the sky, you see some sparkling light as she comes towering down with a loud
as a crater, like she's doing a superhero pose.
Yeah. One knee down.
Terrible for your knees.
Hit on the back.
She's doing the superhero landing.
Show off. Do the thing. touch the scale before it tries to eat one of my girls. Stop it. Tell it to stop.
Right. She would call you all idiots, of course. So idiots. And dart towards it and grips it tightly. She chants some old language that you may not understand unless you can recognize the words that were used in the book.
I know what they're saying. Arise, arise.
Right. So yeah. The scales humming starts slows, or I guess lowers. And then she starts to retract the light that's falling towards the others. Yeah. He kind of glares at you all. This is my part.
Okay, well, you're either gonna be even or one good. Depends. Good luck.
More luck. So, as the light retracts into the scale, things get really quiet all of a sudden. Then the area
break.
around-
Yeah, Vise will be like, "So, we done here?"
Yeah.
When it's all quiet.
Yeah. So Freya's going to grasp it with two hands now, and then focus. The daughter is going to walk around you guys, seemingly chanting something and dropping stuff on the ground.
Is this like a piece of 7 thing where you're gonna take like 7 items and bind us to some weird bullshit? Oh, sorry, you're chanting. My bad. Never mind. I'll just watch.
Have Icky or Casimir seen this written in the books about a chant?
So yeah, you heard, I guess, read about the ritual whenever it is even. It's slightly different than the others. So they're just making the circle that's going to protect.
So Vise like, so you should take like an hour, 2 hours. I'm trying to set up a party here.
Dio's gonna say shh.
I'll go with 2 hours.
Shh.
I calls Jojo.
So when you try to call JoJo, it doesn't seem to work.
Damn
The
it.
spell seems to be dull.
The thing with like no reception, holding her phone up.
Right.
I was gonna imagine it's like a microwave.
Alright. So the daughter then proceeds to like drop her last bit behind the mother and step back. And then get you guys and kind of smile a bit. Freya, as you may know, do you guys see her name? You do not. Crap. Her eyes finally open, and they are as white as her clothing and hair. And the ground below you turns pitch black. Then you guys are all encased in darkness. And everything around you is now pitch black. It seems like you are stuck in space, but you are still grounded to where you were standing. But
I says the Bane quote.
what?
I was
What's the
born in the
quote?
darkness.
Right.
You
Gotcha,
nearly
so yeah.
adopted it.
Yeah, whenever it gets black like that, yeah, Iggy just kind of holds on to Untime's hand. It's
Gotcha.
bring it back nightmares.
Alright, so
And I see myself.
you can see like your body parts. You can see your face.
Okay.
Yeah, your body is still visible. Yeah. But everyone can see everyone, but it's just like you. You guys are just encased in darkness.
Yeah, Vi's done her fingernails then.
I'm just imagining that baby from A Space Odyssey, just floating around in the void.
So over time, Freya looks around. It seems as if she's pleased, and she's acquainted with
Who's she?
She, who's she?
the fallen.
Which we know.
One.
Yeah, which one?
Bessie, you know it.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, we know that one. We know the other one too.
For my secretary. It's
Visi,
see 'em.
Eclipse. Uh,
So
trying to
while
remember when
in
we
this,
jumped in the
yes.
ice.
what was that? Okay. Yeah, so you know of Bessie, you've heard of Neve, and I don't think did I tell you about the other one?
No. Eclipse is
That's going to be
different.
one that you guys are going to be slightly, I guess, fitting off. I'm about to tell you about him in a second. But I was just about to mention, you feel like another force pushing on you guys, a presence that's just kind of lurking around you, as if this space belongs to them. But this circle that was created is protecting you from being completely overtaken. So you see like this spacious, like big glowing dark eyes, kind of similar to how you guys may have felt when you went to go see Yin. That dark energy or that evil presence, and just some uneasy growling in the background.
Iggy's big cat thing.
No, actually not.
Yeah, I was just at this point, Icky's like one of Icky's arms is just like long super nails, and like one of the mouths on the neck is kind of like a cat, like just like kind of or a dog that hasn't like barked, is just kind of like seething a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Icky's scared as shit.
It's baring its teeth.
Yeah, it's baring its teeth.
So, is there an advantage system, or we just roll twice in this? So, I want you guys to resist. Try their best to resist. Getting pulled out of your circle. As since you guys have done things properly, give you guys advantage. So, try to succeed at.
You can just lower, like, you can just say, like, a partial success is a success, then, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. So is this forcibly moved or mentally moved or?
It'll be mentally. So you guys can get yourselves a +1 just from start to because you're part of the 7 and completed the task successfully.
Okay, so that would be a 3 for his skills.
Vi, you can add a +1 to yours.
I'm gonna see if I have anything.
Oh, Casimir can actually help with that. I think with one of his runes, gives a +1 or -1 to an ally's defense as a reaction, or to an ally or a creature's social roll. So
This is a defense or a social thing, right? It's like a save type thing.
I don't know. Like he said, mental. That's why I'm on the fence about that.
Yeah. It's like it seems like defense would be like if you changed to D&D, it would be like AC or like persuasion or deception. But it seems like more like a will save or wisdom save, right? Like, do you need to give it to me? Because I have show no weakness, which is once per scene when you fail a roll, you can choose to succeed.
I'm basically using my bond with you, and my bond with you is I'm trying to keep you alive.
Oh, that's what's +2.
Okay, well,
So-
+1, so
Plus
6.
two.
I
No,
think
no,
that's
that is like that's Josh's +1. He said, and then your +1s. I rolled a 3 overall.
shit.
But I'm
Well,
gonna use
you
show
still
no,
got yours.
yeah, I'm gonna use show no weakness.
Okay.
So what's the value for success?
Gosh.
A partial success?
7 to 9. So since you were lowering the scale,
No, it's a partial success.
be-
It's a full success. The
Oh.
numbers don't change. It's just that success is.
Oh, I thought you were scaling back the what was it? You said you wanted to roll for advantage, but I thought we were scaling down the
Yeah. So a partial
Score.
success would be a success.
Okay.
Ooh. Hit a +0.
So one only partially succeeds, and that's the guy with the 6.
I'll use one of my spells and empower them, and they can get a +1.
So 7 is partial?
Yeah, 7 is a partial success.
Who am I empowering?
You're empowering Lauren. It was in this order. So it went from top to right to left. So Dio's roll was the 8. Undyne was ready for the shit. She said I got an 11. Lauren's got the 7, and then Corin got the 6.
Up in Corin, then.
Yeah. With my hand just kind of shaking a little bit, I kind of grab Lauren's wrist and just say, "Stay calm," even though I'm visibly shaking.
So she seems kind of terrified too. Like she's just uneasy, or just being uneasy because she's not like in a place where she expects like the ground is like something she's not used to being able to move. Kind of like Toph from Avatar. If she's not grounded, she's like, "What's going on? I'm lost." Corrin seems to be trying his best to stay bold and brave, but he's ducking every now and then, kind of like flinching at the slightest movement of darkness. So you can calm him down by doing something similar.
So what was it doing to us? Like, what happens if you would fail? Because I'm gonna play it out, I guess.
Huh?
What happens if you fail? Like, you just like getting pulled out of the circle, you're just walking out or something?
Yeah, you're getting pulled out.
Okay, yeah. So I guess Vi like doing her nails and she just starts walking forward and she's like not even paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Then people start like, Vi, what are you doing? Like, what? Like, why am I moving? Yeah, I guess like that. And then eventually she's like everyone's looking at her, I guess, and she's looking at herself like, no.
Vi, stay in the circle. Vi, stay in the circle.
Yeah.
Don't...
He's like, yeah. Why would I go out the circle? Yeah, it's stupid. And she's like stops and turns back around.
Fast questions. So what happened?
Oh, we were just kind of role playing how Vi.
Yeah.
All I heard was I walked forward and things dropped from there.
Yeah. Vi was walking around and just like, why am I moving? Like, stay in the circle. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got it. Okay, yeah, stay in the circle.
Right. So doing so, the darkness starts to like pull back a little bit, and then a siren, in a way, kind of just swims up around you guys, encasing you guys in what seems to be a bubble, and Freya's eyes kind of glow a different color, this time yellow, and she speaks to you. Well, we meet in true form. Hello, friends.
That's Vessi. That's she's the one who showed us where the guide was.
Oh, okay. You come to the party after this?
Party. That sounds pleasant. No, I cannot.
Oh, well, you're invited either way.
I will be partaking in a battle of sorts.
Oh, need any help with that?
Why, yes, I do.
Cool, I got you.
Hope that you are ready for such a battle that it's life or death.
Please. Do you know who I am?
Okay. So, do we all have agreement to take this on?
What?
Yeah. She's asking consent.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Great.
All right.
She kind of gestures you to step aside slightly as she walks towards the center.
If I like puts away her fingernail file, starts like loosening up, limbering up, cracking Knuckles' neck, like the bouncy thingy, shadow boxing.
Yeah. I guess Iki kind of holds on to Undyne a little tighter.
Okay. So as you
Crystal will do the
guys...
same thing to Lauren.
Cool. So, 1 second. I'm going to use Anara's mind as the map, but ignore the nonsense because it's very similar to what's going on. Alright, so...
Just make a black map.
I mean, I was going to do that, but I mean, the whirling colors and whatnot makes a lot more sense. And it gives me like a squared off platform too. As things come to actual, like, proper combination. Let's see. We go to... Let me grab the tokens.
Hope everything's okay with Fred. I don't know if he's been gone for a while.
What was that?
Hope everything's okay with Fred. He's been gone for a while.
Yeah, it's family thing, so just give it time.
This is good. It's good that we can.
I don't know how much of a fighter Eden actually is. I don't think he actually is a fighter.
And is he even here? Is Eden even here?
I would say no,
think
but it's just
Make it easier.
for now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so inside of the darkness, you see kind of like if you guys have played Kingdom Hearts. What's the big large dude with the heart hole?
Handsome.
Dark side.
Oh, dark side, yeah.
Handsome.
Something similar to that. Kind of just reach up, see the hand hit the platform that you guys are standing on, and looks at you as his eyes slowly break the horizon.
Stab
I
in
know
the big
what
open
you're talking
heart.
about. Oh yeah, I got you. I know which one you're talking about now.
The first guy you fighting, like when you first
Yeah,
play,
I got
it looks just like
you
this.
said the guy with the black, and I was just like, and I was thinking Ansem, you know, him and his
Well,
guardian heartless thing.
first off, it wouldn't be Ansem because Ansem is
Yes, Xehanort, young
Xehanort's
bullshit.
heartless. Ansem, Secret of Darkness. Come on,
Come on.
there's many names.
Oh jeez, that was not supposed to place. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, we have to fight ourselves.
Well, that's you joke, but that's actually probably what's about to happen.
He's on Ægis are beating the shit out of
Be on the nerve.
I kill him before as I'm saying it. Start talking all
that's me.
nice. Start talking all nice and shit. Like we're here to help from the other side.
Right, so big boy, PNG and everything. So yeah, big boy appears, climbs up. He only goes up as high as his waist, so he kind of leans in over the edge.
Hey, you know, boss battle.
Tries speaking to you. All you hear is some dark gargles and, you know, the evil speak. Which
Like,
you may
hello,
have...
my friends. How welcome to my domain. We'll start stabbing them.
Hello there. Thanks for playing my game.
He,
Brings you here.
Casimir would look expectingly to Undyne. Can you pick up what it's trying to say?
I'm afraid to connect with that.
Yeah, he's probably
I don't
saying
blame
like,
you.
you can join us.
Tea or something. It's like, yeah, we're about to stab him. Yes, of course, for tea. We're about to have some over there.
Right. So, combat in this situation is scene by scene, or just like a Battle's World, right? Or are we doing it?
I mean, but who cares about initiative?
Or do you just want to do like it does things and you react however you see fit?
Yeah, we can do combat. I mean, we never done combat with the system yet, and we might as well kill something.
All right, so he's leaning, like I said, halfway over the ledge. You can see as he's kind of pointing at specifically Freya in the center, or Bessie.
I'll move a little bit because like we're not on the grid properly.
Oh, are we having a
Yeah.
chaos and Heidelin kind of moment going on here? Is that what's going on here?
Chaos and who?
Oh, in the world of Final Fantasy Dissidia, there's two gods that
Oh
constantly fight for fire.
yeah.
It's Heidelin, and the goddess of light, and
Yeah,
chaos.
Chaos is similar, I guess so.
Lost control.
That's Sonic.
Like, go for
yeah.
the ankles, and when he falls, go for the dick.
So as he finishes pointing at Freya and gargling at her, she says, "You will not defeat these heroes."
What she said. Like, who
All
us?
the
Oh,
heroes?
us. It's us.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Heroes?
you hear some giggling. I guess you could call it.
I reveals her cape and just flapping in the wind for some reason.
I mean, it makes sense. You do have one.
Cape flapping, yeah.
So yeah, and he swipes his hand, and you all need to try to avoid that swipe. He's clearing the area.
Okay. So
Yeah, okay. How let me see.
At any point, you can disclose how you're doing an offensive action. I'll let you know how it reacts.
I'm going to my sheet real quick.
We're in a
Seeing
shadow
what
here, I guess.
thematically would be cool or fun.
Why does it go into a shadow form? Fuck it, why not?
So the platform you're standing on is about his size if he was to be fully exposed. So he's massive. Godlike.
So like 300 feet tall.
You can assume that he's just an apparition of sorts. You can't really give him a physical description of how big, because he could be bigger. He could still be growing right now.
Okay.
So you said this
Needs
is
his
a
milk to
a
get
low
big and
swipe.
strong.
Yeah, he's kind of. It's not like raking against the ground, but he's just kind of sweeping the ground at you
Like he
guys.
slams his arm and then he just drags it along the ground. Like and this is
Yeah.
I jump over it pretty much.
But it's not kicking up any of the terrain around you. Just him swiping at you all. It's a low enough swipe.
Okay. I'm gonna, with holding Undyne's hand, kind of jump and let my ooze out and have my big hand kind of take off over to one of the sides. But let me go and roll, see how that works out.
Partial successes.
Yeah. So Dio
Okay.
dives out of the way just fine.
Like pole vaults it like a fucking gymnast on like a what is that beam thing you jump on? Bolt? What is it?
Mhm.
What do tricks on and shit? I think it's like a piece of like it's like bigger than waist high, but then like it has those two bars on it you grab and like just twirl around it and shit.
Yeah. Cool. Lauren hops up, gets clipped a little bit, but she kind of pivots her hand on the ground to like catch herself, and rolls over to side up with Dio. Same for Corin. Corin kind of just tumbles back, scuffing his ankles or whatever. But Undyne gets clipped, gets swatted, and swatted to the edge.
Oh, she's dead.
Upon reaching the edge, she's going to look up and try to draw her sword, and try to get into proper stance to ready to fight. Anyone do anything offensively?
After Vi jumps on the arm, she leaps from the arm to the shin to go after the ankles. And start punching him in
Or
the
like I
dick.
said, it's just his top showing. So it's
Whatever.
just
I'm in the dick. It's chest. I don't know, something.
so imagine this is the platform you're on. His arm is like here, and head kind of leaking over. Other arm, chest. But there's no heart in this situation. But situation like that.
Punch him in his ribs.
Never given a chance, so go ahead and swing. I go ahead and roll.
Let's get one. Well, I get 3. I am the reigning heavyweight boxing champion. And +1 when using martial unarmed attacks. And I still miss.
Right.
The +3.
So you hits him in the chest, but he kind of puffs up a bit and knocks you back.
I'm going to use maneuver. I'm going to use precision attack +1 to an attack roll, so that makes it 7, so it's a partial success.
Okay. Cool. So you still knock you back, but you seem to have, cracked some of the skin. So you see a little bit of light showing through. And Freya, I guess, guides you guide you back towards them without being injured, as you skip across the ground slightly. Anyone else doing anything offensive?
So, with that partial success, Driscoll was clipped a bit, but his hand is like his body is corporeal from our perspective, right?
No, it's a physical beast. You can see.
So, okay. So when he was clipped by that ant, okay.
I'll say we should keep track of this because something you should probably do. So each individual bad guy is as strong as Josh wants it to be, right? So Josh determines how long before we get beat up, if you get 6 partial successes or 3 successful hits on yourself, you go down basically in this fight or something like that, right? So any combination, so it'd be like 4 partials and 1 fully fail or something like that, getting hit by something. So like if you got hit by a partial or a failed, and you should keep track of that because eventually you fall down based off how strong Josh feels this guy should be to beat us up, pretty much, right? Same with Josh. Like Josh is like, oh, he needs like 12 successful or like 24 partials. Like you just kind of make up how much damage we need to do to kill these guys and knock these guys out, kind of, right?
Yeah.
We can use the hearts and things to kind of mark like a full heart for full.
Or you can number the
or half.
colors.
He's
You
number
do
how many guys.
however color.
Okay.
He's up bars technically. I don't know why I have HP anymore.
That's true. Alright, cool. You were doing something, Joseph, you said? You caught yourself before completely falling?
So the
That's
form
fine.
is physical, right?
Yeah.
So when he was clipped, he wanted to use that momentum to wrap around one of the big guy's fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And like a crab leg, he wants to crack that thing in half.
Okay. Go for it.
I guess he'll only use his fighting prowess. 7, so partial. So it doesn't go all. He doesn't rip it off like he was intending to,
Mm-hmm.
but he definitely pulled it back enough for an audible crack to be heard.
Okay. Icky, do anything?
Yeah, Icky sees Undine get swiped and looks at him. You son of a bitch! And he charges him with the hand,
Mm-hmm.
and like kind of like a missile, like kind of backflips off the hand as the hand makes a fist, and the hand will like strike him.
Cool.
So
Awesome.
yeah, I'm gonna do 2 for enchanting, ooze magician, and 1 for my ooze based attacks. So 3. And boom.
Describe how you do it, or how you hit it.
Yeah, so he just kind of, just like Master Hand, just the big fist kind of come flying through the air and just like stalks him right there in the chest.
So you see, like, its other arm kind of wheel back as it tries to like balance itself in the darkness. It starts to fade a little bit as it's pulling its arm back in, and then readjusts back onto the platform. It's starting to reel back as if it's charging up an attack. So what do you want to do?
Oh.
Is he using his
Oops.
other hand?
But it's bracing itself to do something. Like you can see it kind of clutching the ground, and it's pulling its head back slightly as if it's taking a deep breath or charging something.
Dristle is going to. Can we hit his chest?
What was that? Yeah, you can hit his chest.
Okay.
We'll all be hitting.
Yeah.
So, seeing that, Dristle did one. Like, was Dristle still able to hold on to his hand since you said one of the hands
It's like
reeled back?
when he got hit, its left arm pulled back to balance himself because he got hit in the middle. So just
You can
kind
do
of reeled
whatever
back.
you want as long as it doesn't affect him in any way, right? You can climb up and do whatever as long as it makes sense for you to do it.
So if you want to hold on to
Right.
the hand, you'd be over here as he pulls that back, and you'd be kind of close to the ground because he just used that one to pretty much balance himself or base himself.
I plan on climbing up like a thing because I have like spider climb, like can walk on walls and ceilings and stuff like that because of vampire abilities. I plan to climb and start punching him in the face.
So, Dristle is going to try to pull him in. So he's gonna grow to he's gonna grow in size. You pull him in, and gets caught off by the weight and size. He is going to punch him square in the gut trying to knock the wind out of him of whatever he's trying to do.
Oh. You succeed. So as you jab him in the chest or throat, you see it kind of like puff up a bit, as if it's holding in the energy, and it fails to keep it all in. And behind it, you see a burst of light, as if the energy was going to be released forward, but it came out the other. So you hear some cracking and shatters and sparkles of light behind it. Freya slash Siren, or as I say, Vessi, is going to shout, "Good work, keep at it," as she going to also point towards Undyne and gesture for her to get active. Now, so Undyne's going to try to charge forward and get away from the edge so she doesn't get knocked off by another attack. And dashing, leaping into the air and coming down with a nice and powerful swing. She gets a little bit of extra bonus from Freya, so she swings with a 13, right, a plus 3, and she's slashing down with all her might. The sword actually makes contact with the beast, and it gets embedded a decent range, surprisingly, and she tries to push it in as far as she can. So she's staying there as she pushes, I guess, tries her best to attack it. And anyone else want to try to assist?
Took my turn.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not really sure how we're doing turns. I don't know
No,
if we
so you
should
guys
have,
got remember, I'm asking you guys to go. I mean, you stunned him pretty much because he was charging attack. It's kind of like Focus Punch on Pokemon.
Yeah, so Vi, after he punches her in the chest, he's gonna start climbing him. I guess kick off the sword, like push on it, like kick like where the hilt is, like to kick, push up, to keep leaping up, leap up, grab his arm, climb up there, and to start punch him in the face.
Okay.
I guess I'll do it again.
Go for it.
Yes, punch him in the face.
Sweet.
He gets dazed in the face. You see more sparkles fly out the other side of his head as you strike.
Okay,
And
so I see the momentum of people actually landing hits now, and then he kind of like cracks their knuckles a little bit, and like ooze just starts pouring from their hand, like buckets of ooze, just like can't stop it. And then you see like another hand like spawn in, and then another one, and I'm going to use one of my spells, Sticky Situation, and they just kind of hold on to him, and he's going to lose his next turn. So they're basically going to just hold him in place.
I like wraps her arm around one of the dreads and starts like to hold on, and then just like start punching him in the face.
So is this what you have to roll for it, or is it just?
I have it as one of my spells that I can only use once per like I can do 3 spells per scene or an encounter. I've used 2 so far, so
Gotcha.
I can only do one
Right,
more
so,
time.
cool.
I have
Just
sleep. Just once per scene can put one target to sleep.
okay.
I think it's gonna work on him. I don't think he sleeps.
Just so what's your next move?
Can you increase the token size a bit?
I think I think he means
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
This isn't big enough. I
thought
want it
that
to be
was
bigger.
a bit obvious. Yeah. Just try and get a better idea that he is using his I guess his giant size in order to capitalize on punishing swings.
Mhm.
So while he seems stunned, he is going to try to pull his. He's going to try the beast's, I guess, the shadow's forearm closer by the elbow and try to break that inwards.
All right, go for it. Success. So you hear the snap,
Yep, so
and the arm falls limp.
I was going to narrate a bit
But
better, but okay. I was going to say he takes off one of his gloves to show his pointed nails, just claws, just reach into the forearm meat, yank him closer, and then with a swift kick with his knee, just like what's it? Apply, I guess, a 2x4 of wood.
Yeah, it seems broken. It doesn't fall off completely, but yeah, you obviously hear the audible crack. Same as the other moves, you see the sparkle kind of burst out in the other direction as it
Yeah,
flares
and
down at you as best as it can.
And he's still holding on to that limp body part, by the way.
Right.
He's
Okay.
Yep, that ends his turn.
So Freya's going to then gesture towards Dio. Dio is going to step forward kind of nervously and start making some hand motions in the air towards where the face is, and you'll see like a little vacuum kind of drain towards her as you see the energies that have been knocking out of it slowly drift in her direction. And once again, Freya's going to give her a little bit of assistance and another success. So the essence that she's pulling from it weakens it even more. It actually shrinks a little bit in size. So she's pulling in and drops just a wee bit. Alright, so it would go with it at this point, but since it has lost its turn, Freya's going to once again command Corin to do something since he's been just being pretty back there. So he's going to step up, and you'll see him just kind of raise 2 fingers swiftly, and then back down. You see energy fly up from the ground and then down as pillars of light pin certain parts of its body, either it's from its back or its hands to place, similar to how Ægis, I guess, eyes gloves are, or hands, and pins the hands into place, or at least attempts to. And it does. Ding, 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 ding. It's getting tagged up pretty badly. Then she snaps, and Lauren's turn. She jumps up, and she slams her foot on the ground as a pillar rises from the ground, and that's off. Boom. It gets uppercutted.
Jesus Christ.
This thing's getting decked up pretty badly. Yeah, so it's getting ravaged, and it just sparkles and shit's flying everywhere. And over time, over these hits, it's once again going to shrink ever so slightly. Vi might want to readjust as your target's getting smaller.
Yeah, I just gotta wrap my arm around one of his like tentacle things, so I'm like hold it onto like a rope. I'm just punch him in the face with the other arm.
All right, so this will be the turn that it missed, and then you guys get to go again.
Punching and kicking, just pitch, punch, kick. Parappa the rapper, punch, kick, punch.
This is probably too effective. So.
Ow.
So cracks in the face, yeah. You see his body starting to actually react a little bit more aggressively to the hits, and then more sparkles drop.
The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can go to the party.
Okay. So.
Am I getting a reception in here? I'm not getting a reception.
Are you trying to talk to people right now?
I'm trying to tell JoJo we're winning because it's the party. I think she knows it now.
Here. Shit. And then the two of the hands that were holding it go away. Fuck. Good. Focus.
Lost focus.
Okay.
This is how you're like, I'm fine, I'm in my element.
This is adorable banter. So,
does anyone want to go before I go?
Undying would be up here with the Vi, just sword still embedded. Let's bring him to the back.
Okay. So let me roll first, and then I'll narrate how it's done. Okay, just the 2 this time. 7. So he goes in with that arm he takes his clawed hand off and he's going to try to punch inside of the open wound of light.
Mhm.
Only kind of hitting it, but he's planning to. But as he does successfully hit him,
Mhm.
I'll just paste this real quick. Wreaths of flame erupt around him.
Okay.
Around the creature, I should say. So yeah, I guess anyone who is trying to take a turn at this point can add a +1 to their rolls.
Cool.
Do you want to go ahead, Vi?
I went already.
Already went, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Vi, when
Yeah.
the Undyne climbs up here, Vi's are like, because she had one thing wrapped on the tentacle, one holding their phone, foot on the ground while kicking him in the face. So she sees Undyne climbing up, she puts away her phone, grabs her hand, like to pull her up to do the alley oop with the stab with the sword thing or something like that.
Mhm.
Okay. So you said he's like kind of on fire. So Icky saw Dio kind of do something where she was pulling particles. Like I could probably do something like that, and kind of reaches out and kind of grabs something, and it kind of manifests like the flames kind of pull back,
Mhm.
and he kind of swirls it, kind of like posts out just in the center, and he kind of puts his hand out, and one of the little mouths on his hand kind of opens up, and then you just see like a little bead of energy, and he fires off a bigger explosion. Just like,
Okay. Roll.
go ahead and roll.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like fireball, something like that.
Yeah, just using energy around you.
So I only have it set to give me +3, but it'll be a +4, so we'll just add 1 to it. So 10.
All right. So you hear a snap. It's 10.
Yeah, it's 10
Okay. Cool.
because of the +1 from Dristle.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it, can't you?
I mean, I don't have it set up to give me a +4. It's tops was because you said +3 was the max.
Oh,
So
I have mine up to 5.
well, the one I have is only up to 3. So
Weird.
it's not the first iterations of it. You said, and I quote, "Yeah, like the highest you can get is the +3," and then it's like, oh,
That
well,
is
we can
true.
just, yeah, it's the same
I
macro you
sent,
sent me.
yeah, I thought I sent you the same macro I sent. I have.
All right.
So I just
So
copied and pasted.
10 is a success. Reduces in size. All right. So Freya herself is going to step up and try to form a barrier around it. So you see some glass panels, or soon to be glass panels, just starting to form in certain places. She's going to ask for you guys to stand down. Continue attacking, but please do not mount the creature.
Fine.
He kind of looks at her expectingly,
Boop.
just grabbing him at the elbow, just asking if, just silently gesturing if this is too much.
She winks at you. You're fine.
All right.
14. Glass panels form around it, condensing it even more. Undyne's going to drop on the borders, and she's going to tumble down to the side.
Slide down his arm.
So its turn. It's going to try its best to resist all the hits that it's been taking and send back some of the energy that it's been dealt. So everyone try to save against a roar of energy that courses across the entire area. You see tendrils erupting from the ground as they slash and lash out.
I'm back.
And welcome back. Almost done.
Sweet.
You just see an epic boss battle going on.
I'm gonna use a maneuver.
Succeed.
I'm gonna parry. Yeah, before I roll, because it's like before rolling to defend, you can succeed on defending. So I can't roll too strong
Okay.
if I can roll and be like, oh, I failed. Now I'm gonna use it.
All right. So this is
How
Undying
Driscoll block?
roll.
I was-
Yeah, go ahead.
Driscoll uses the limp forearm of the guy to be a shield with his own blast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Undying roll is a pass. We're going from there to Freya. She was not having that shit. To Dio, who Corin's above Lauren, so we'll go Corin. And then Lauren. They're all fine.
Yeah, they're all fine. So yeah. So as everyone's retreating, the hand kind of backs up, and then the roar. Iggy kind of like dives down low, and the hand just kind of puts like a stop sign, basically just bracing the stop sign. Give myself 2.
It's like the Matrix thing. It does the back bend.
Yeah, I got hit again, so partially.
So yeah, you get lashed by one of the tendrils. Just whoosh,
Ow!
a quick slash. Undyne's going to throw a fit. Stop hurting my what? So, yeah, they play roles. So yeah, she swings. She's going to get her +3, angrily swinging. Slashing. One of the arms is chopped off. Completely gone. The Undyne is not having this shit, so he is now a tripedal creature. Yeah, so the same energy starts to ooze out as it once again condenses a bit, as it eventually starts to climb onto the platform since it is dangling at its best.
Hit its hands!
That's how we can punch it in this. Okay.
Alright.
Edge guard, edge guard.
Yeah, Smash Bros. Go ahead. So Vi,
Now I get to run up and start punching it in the shins.
check it out.
Pow, 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 pow.
And you would have a +1
So yeah,
because
so you +1.
fire wreaths aren't over quite yet.
That was a +4.
So 10 still is success. It's a 10, so it's fine.
The 10.
Just those +1.
I had +4.
Oh yeah, that ready?
Oh,
Yeah.
you did?
So I was having Freya ready to snap her fingers anytime you guys were 1 point short of being anything. So she gives you that boost.
That's fine, because I had still another precision, but I guess I don't waste my last one just in case.
Gotcha. She snaps you up to 10. Success.
Okay.
So back one knee, he goes down to his, I guess, one hand and one knee, while the other tries to keep him up stable.
As he walks on, I go to punch him in the shin. He starts shrinking. And I punch a little too high. And I'm like, wait, no, that's not the.
I didn't miss high. Yeah. So anyone go next?
Okay, it would be Casimir up next, so we don't kind of abuse that
It's all fine.
fire.
Yeah. You could probably change it to this everyone's next attack.
Like everyone can use it once.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might seem okay. So the barriers, they're like Driscoll wants to grab him, but he doesn't want to interfere with the barriers Freya is setting up. Not sure what we would do for that.
I'm in a Pokeball.
Are barriers closing in on his body, but his forearm is still sticking out? Kind of like a slowly closing door?
So it's more like a crystal that is forming around him, and it's about to encase him.
So Driscoll should let go of the arm.
Possibly.
Before he does that, he is going to hit the funny bone.
Of a broken arm? I'm not sure if it's there anymore.
Well, he broke it at the elbow.
That's where the funny bone is.
The funny bone is the humerus, which is
The arm part.
between which is bone.
Yeah.
Well, the
This-
upper arm part.
Well, the sensitive part of the humerus is the part that's the elbow.
When you hit your elbow, you say you hit your funny bone, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Well, you can hit your
basically-
elbow without hitting your funny bone, but it's where it
You
is.
know what?
Yes.
You know what? That's fair. That's a fair enough part. I forgot about that. Let's see. Screw it. He is going to pull the arm down for a moment to have this thing look him in the eyes,
Hmm.
and and it freezes for a moment.
Keys.
All right. It's like, look at me, fucking beautiful. All right. So locks it down for a round. All right.
Yep.
Aiki.
Icky was just gonna kind of like kind of points out like guns on his fingers, like let's see if this works, and just kind of like bang bang, and then like two little bullets of ooze just gonna come from his fingers. And he'll-
Gotcha. Hit. All right. So after those two
looks
smacks,
down and goes, "Wow, that actually worked."
It's like
shit.
just skeet on him. Don't do that. Time and place. Your wife right over there.
so it looks like more of a just was it a huge creature?
Gargantuan at that point.
Yeah, cool. So it's just kind of towering over you guys, just basically seeming stuck in place due to just those glare. But yeah.
Kind of like,
Mhm.
yeah. I was gonna say kind of like Medusa
Gotcha.
Thinking,
with that stone. But yeah.
Corin walks up. Dio walks up. And they tag team attack, shooting beams of light that seem similar to what you saw when you first saw Corin, Crystal. And those orbs crack into them, kind of playing some different roles. So, attack 1, 2. Oh. So, it's a hit again, but yeah, it's getting dazed. And Lauren once walks up to try to finish that combo and does another 8. So, tink, tink, tink. Seems to be fairly weakened by this situation. Undyne's going to try to sever it in the back, or stab in the back. Does just about as well as Lauren did. And yeah. It's incapacitated for its turn. Bye. Oh, 1 second. We do Freya's. Yeah, it's not a pass. Good. So you see the glass kind of condense. I guess I shouldn't say glass because it's not as weak as glass, but the barrier kind of condense even closer to him.
Fire turns to a little, flies really high in the air. Turn back into herself and then fall and just punches him in the face while she's like in the face from like yeah. Flies down. Does that?
All right, roll. Success.
Good. Yeah, slide down. Beep. About his feet.
Just
Every little thing I can. Let's see what else I can do.
He is going to see if he can do a little homage to Lauren real quick. But let's see if he rolls well first. Ooh. It's just a +2. Yes, so with the loosened ground, he picks up, he digs his hands into the rock, picks it up, and like a shot put, or sorry, like a baseball, he winds up, pitches it, cracking him where his jaw would be.
so Wells screeches, groans as you guys continue to wail on it. Cool. So Freya's going to say one last strike from each of you should do it. So once again, 3 step up. That is Dio. Here comes Corin and Lauren. All 3 successes. Undyne's going to step up and try to do it. Come here. Try to do the thing, but she's a little, I guess, swinging too widely. And 7's a partial, right?
7 is partial, yes. 6
She
is
gets
where it goes into fails.
Gotcha. So it condenses even more, and then Freya tries to completely encase it, and it's a success. So it is now covered in a crystal.
Happens. Vi kicks him in the dick right before he goes. I'm gonna kick him in the dick.
So,
Yeah.
you see it
Perfect
kind
way to
of
end it.
floating in the crystal as Freya kind of focuses, grasping it tightly. And then it slowly drifts towards her. So she condenses it even more into the size of what you've seen to be the size of an Aeon shard. So she'll just say, well, that was a very effective group. I've seen much worse, and I'm happy to have been in your presence.
You
This
coming to
could
the
have
after
been
party?
after party. I think I need a very long rest after this.
Okay.
So wait, who the fuck was that?
Dead guy.
Good question.
What was that?
Some
Who
dead
the
guy.
fuck was that?
You talking about the darkness?
Yeah.
This is Eclipse himself, or one of his extensions.
Guy got his ass beat.
The complete Eclipse is not one to be messed with, but one of his strength can't just exist all at once without being destructive upon existing. So it's more of a piece by piece. He's in 3 parts, and we have 1 here. So I'm pretty sure you all have interacted with others who have successfully handled their version.
It is a bit of a mixed bag. If I recall, we did see one I did see one in the desert that was a horseman. I'm trying to remember above game if it was over a battlefield or something, but I wasn't sure if I'm. I'll just rephrase this properly. It sounded like when we're going through Anar's mind that the Khaldun horseman was still all right. I think he even defeated its party of 7. But I don't remember if I'm. But I don't know if I'm misremembering. Is the thing.
You talking about when you went to Kirsta's mine?
Oh, sorry, Kirsta's mine. My bad. Yeah.
He was in the
Kirsta's mine.
battlefield, but you weren't sure like if it was anyone that's relevant around him.
Yeah. So I know Cloud and Naima got the husband in check, sort of.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So as you guys' conversation starts to continues, the world around you starts to dissipate until you guys eventually back home. Everyone's like looking at you like, "Holy shit! What happened?" Serena's checking on everyone. Red's running up to Vi. Like, you okay?
He's like patting themselves down.
Mhm.
Easy peasy. I was actually more nervous at the wedding and more concerned the night we did your ritual thing. Then yeah, it was fairly easy. We just beat up some shadowy guy and yeah, we're here. After party. Woo.
Wrath, you were saying the others that may have won.
Yes, the Elder Horseman. If I recall correctly, if he was a bald man, tan skin. I I understand that the horseman Naima was your husband. Would you know the others?
I've come across the others, but this may be a little unfortunate to hear. One of them, regardless of success or fail, will become Eclipse's his vessel, similar to how I'm here with Freya. The one you may know, and she kind of just waves in the air, and you see just these symbols of 4, including herself. Uh, I'm sure the one you've talked about that's ready for battle is Zane.
Let me zoom in. You said this one? Okay. Ah, I'm afraid so.
It's unfortunate. It is a very capable vessel, fortunately. I will bestow most of my energy to Freya, and I appreciate you all for assisting me. If not, we would have been another case where Eclipse exists in this place to cause havoc and find its own to reattach and become one. But if it's just Zane, we do have a chance to fight him off.
So, which one of these two is her husband? Okay.
Maurice.
I just remember his character art, so I wasn't sure if it would be him or the spider guy
But
from
we were given a
Demon
mask.
Slayer.
If you remember, he was the guy who was in the bank robbery at New Beginnings.
Is it Maurice, or am I giving it a name that I did?
Was he
Marcelo.
the snipe? Marcelo?
Yeah.
Marcelo. My bad. It started with an M.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the first syllable right, Mar.
I was doing with an M-O. Maurice.
Shh, take the win.
I'm not, no.
Okay. So who are the? So forgot the other guy's name. Zane, you said?
Yes, Zane was the one I just showed.
Okay. Zane and the other one?
Marcelo.
No. The Demon Slayer character.
His name is Niles.
Niles. I immediately think of the butler from Nanny.
Joe.
No, Niles from the Nanny Fran Drescher, like 90s show.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That was his name, isn't it? Yeah.
So I know that my husband is set to hold Neve. Niles would be defaulted to hold Avant if Zane is the vessel for Eclipse.
Is the vessel for who? Sorry.
Eclipse.
Oh. So does that mean we're going to have to go take care of that vessel now?
If he's not dealt with by his 7, they have a different task compared to what we've done. Be happy that you did not get one of Eclipse's trials, to say. They're not as fortunate oftentimes.
DM, are we talking with Freya or Vessi? I'm
It's kind of doing like the mixed voice where it's Freya's kind of
it's both
conscious
of
of
them.
what's going on,
Okay,
but
yeah, that's fine.
Bessie is
I just want to make sure I'm just understanding who we're talking with.
Yeah.
That's all. So I'm just surprised that Vessi is this vessel here. Whenever there's someone here who has 3 parts of Neve, so I just
the crystals move. They're born with different souls as they die and reincarnate. They attach to whoever they see fit. It can happen that all 4 be in the same place. Or if they travel, then perhaps they were just bound to find each other.
So wait, don't I still have like 2 pieces of Vessi too?
Yeah.
But then I mean, I like just take the gems out of my bag and just like I guess these are you or
Yes, but they're only part of me.
yours or yeah, sure. I don't know.
This connection I have with this horseman is much more intimate, more like a corrupt, where there's no necessary need or there's no need for external attachment. You can say, for instance, I guess, the person themselves is the crystal.
Got it. Well, I wouldn't know what to do with a fallen anyways. You might want to keep that away from my wife. She might try and eat you.
Can I?
Probably not. let's not kill the person that didn't kill us.
Okay, I'll behave.
Vi's over here taking a lot of liberties and embellishing the story of what happened in there.
I'd expect nothing less. I'm sure you got Ed in like filling him in on the whole.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll say it. And you, so Fraser
So you
walk up to
punched him in the
Eden.
deck how hard?
So,
Yeah, that's how I finished him. I kicked him in the dick and he died.
so do you want
Wow.
to say that I pulled Eden in? Because I was going to say, like, she pulled you in on accident and just miscounted the daughter. It's like, oh, you're part of the 7. Oops, I put 8. My bad.
I mean, like, he could. I mean, Vi's filling him in on everything that happened, so now he knows.
All right. Gotcha. So, cool.
It's just Vi saved the world. It's else was there and they kind of helped, but I mean, you know, I wasn't paying attention to them. All she knows is she punched them and he died.
So, without much word, the daughter walks up to each of you and tries to shake your hand.
I stop before I shake her hand. I look over at Freya like,
So,
like
just
just right
responding
that like, am I gonna get in trouble if I do this? Like,
she just smiles.
just like slowly takes their hand and shakes it.
Thank you for
Icky.
ensuring our safety. And she goes to Dio, shakes Dio's hand. Undyne lines up like, me next, me next. She shakes Undyne's hand. And then Lauren's. And then Corin's. And then Casimir's. If y'all want to say or do anything in between, you can.
I was going to say, while I guess, while Icky was talking with Freya and Vi was talking with Eden, Casimir's just like he's kind of giggling and just just cheering the victory, just hugging Lauren. And when the little girl comes over, he is just going to, I guess, give her a hug too, just excitingly wrapped up in the moment.
Cool. So she'll just get picked up and split them on. Corin's going to give you some space while you spin them. You might kick Ed in the back, or one of their legs might dangle out and kick him.
Ow.
Yeah.
What the?
I mean, he's not like having them sit on his body, just kind of hugging them both.
So instead, the legs are just dangling as rugging
Yeah.
carousel style.
I
Eden's
mean,
just
it'd probably
standing in the
kick
way
him
of
in
a
the butt
fan.
rather than the head.
Oh, yeah, I
I
did
don't know.
say
You're
that.
tall. Eden's not that tall.
And it's like 5'8", right? Crystal's only a
5'7",
foot.
I thought.
Yeah, Casimir's only 6'10", and he's kind of
Yeah,
grabbing the
only
girls by the
over a
waist.
foot over, like
Only 6'10".
only
Mere
6'10".
6'10".
A mere
if he would-
foot and 3 inches taller.
I mean, they can
But-
get a lot larger.
Your
I
pants.
shouldn't be blushing right now.
Yeah, but slightly dizzy, he lets go of the daughter and just holds on and gives Lauren a kiss.
She happily reciprocates.
So is it over? Like, did we fulfill our obligation to you? Are we like no longer bound to each other magically?
So Bella, the daughter, walks over to Vi to shake hand.
Oh yeah, Vi like when I guess like Vi's just talking to like embellishing the story. Like yeah, then I punched him in the face. Then he went down, and then he went smaller. Then I kicked him, and I flew in the air, and I like right. She like tugs on her shirt, turns like, oh, hey, what's up? Like she holds out her hand, and I guess Vi shakes like, oh, you want an autograph or something, right? And she pulls out a pen, like signs her hand or something. There you go.
No, just a handshake, a gesture.
Okay, shakes her hand.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably not gonna wash the hand anymore. I gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay.
So she'll step back to her mom.
So were there
And-
any added problems because of the imbalance? Was that the entire fight because of that?
I don't know. We beat up some guy. It was easy.
Okay.
We were supposed to do that, so we did it.
Okay, does anybody know what the consequences of the scale not being balanced were?
We're supposed to be
Uh, Are you asking above game or in game?
Eden's in game, like turning away from Vi, like, does anyone know? And I assume no one hears because they're all being happy and making merry, which is valid.
I
No
mean,
one knows.
Iggy like looks like he was gonna say something, just like, you know what? I don't even care anymore.
So
Why-
you
why ask
were
questions?
warned. They were warned that if it was imbalanced, more towards the negative side,
Just
The
hearing
daughter
Vi,
was gonna
like,
be at
embellish
risk.
the entire story. You know what? It does.
the daughter would have been at risk for being, I guess, the vessel for Eclipse, and then the mother would have to balance out by fighting back against the daughter, potentially killing her. So
Oh.
What?
Okay. Yeah, killing small children is bad.
yeah, it totally is. And Lauren's like, yep, it's bad. She glares at Vi. Remember?
Yeah. That's why I didn't want to have the killer.
Gosh, just
I don't know why you people argue with her.
and Corin's like,
Relation-
wait, you wanted to kill the child, and you called me the bad guy.
Me? No. I was saying that if the child becomes, what is it, eclipses, and then he kills the whole world, all the children in the world die, and I'm pretty sure she dies, she turned into him. So if we killed her, then she couldn't do it, then the world would be saved.
That wasn't the agreement. That's what you said. You said kidnap the child and kill the child before things get even worse. That's what I remember.
What becomes any worse?
Mm-hmm. Child wasn't even guilty yet. You want to kill her.
She couldn't be guilty. What? I don't understand. When you just said this was gonna happen. Couldn't happen.
So Corin just kind of chuckles and so walks off like, well, people, it was nice meeting you all. I believe my connection with you is now in the palm of that child.
Okay.
And
Well,
dear, we shall see each other, sweetheart. Take care.
The party at the brothel, bye.
Is he supposed to sound that rapey? Or
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hmm.
a bit of a creep to be honest.
There's a weird thing with Dio, I don't know.
Hmm.
And that's
Listen,
gonna get really close to Dio. Like, did he whisper bad things to you? Dio's gonna just blush. Like, no, it's nothing. He just tried to coerce me into things.
Tried to coerce you into things. Yeah, you're not
I,
painting him
I
in the best light.
I'm
for a
sorry.
moment I thought she said force.
Yeah, exactly. So is there anything stopping us from like just finding him and kicking him in the street corner, or
I mean,
because I'd probably die if I tried. But
I mean, I don't care enough.
I mean, he didn't really do anything bad, so I don't feel the need to do too much.
yeah, I mean that's sort of like a light warning, though. Like I've seen worse.
Let's just leave things how they are. If he tries anything, we'll deal with him appropriately.
you wheel. I just. I'm more concerned with what he said, though. You heard him, right? His connection to us
In
was
the
a big.
palm of the
Yeah.
palm of Belusians, right?
So does that mean like we're no longer like magically attached to people? We're no longer sins. We're former sins now.
Why pulls out a book and reads it?
There's a D in it.
I was like, does it say the end? Okay, make sure, yeah.
It's a very very prominent like ending to the story, exactly. And then she kicked him in the nuts.
See? Crash on one. See, right there. Kicked him in the nuts, the end. See, done.
Yeah, Iggy would pull out theirs and see what it says. And
Yep.
Square the
And
nuts.
you guys all have the same ending.
Iggy just kind of takes their book and throws it on the ground and goes, "Fuck."
What's
What?
wrong?
I don't feel any different.
Didn't you already like change massively though?
Yes
I mean,
and no. Sort of physically, yes, but
So Frey's actually gonna walk up to you, hug you, and says, "You've been one of the closest friends I've ever had. Please
Freya.
don't be upset." Same thing.
Okay, I'm just
until they part. It's just If I say Freya, think Bessie. If I say Bessie, think Freya.
yeah. I get it. I was just I was
Yeah,
thrown
so
off because Freya came.
I
Yeah.
miss you most
So
of all, whoever you are.
So she says, "Please don't be upset. For our journey has been great."
Yeah. The journey was cool, fun. Yeah,
And that's gonna step up. Hey, she's mine. I keep saying she, but yeah, he's mine. Please. So Frey's gonna giggle like it's fine. I'm not making any moves. But this may be the last I speak with you for a while.
I mean, I'm sure we'll be in touch sooner or later. I still have the day. I still gotta go find a wisp or try or something. I don't know. I don't even know where to start. Well, I do know where to start. I need to find a boat and learn how to swim. Fuck.
So remember, my last piece is with the child.
Yeah, I know.
So
Yeah.
once you find her, we'll be all together again. But yeah, you see Freya's eyes start to dim a bit. Then she grabs her forehead, squints and kind of rubs it, and looks around. Oh, that was a ride.
Oh, so she's like no longer like double voicing anymore.
Not at all. Nah, she's back to typical Freya. I had my doubts about you all, to be honest.
Thanks.
You're welcome. But Seeing how you all were successful, I can't complain.
I feel like an apology is in order. Actually,
Oh, from me.
if
Yes. Sorry for doubting you. I guess it's a fair response. But there is something.
Go ahead.
There is something wrong here. She kind of steps back, whisper or gestures to her daughter, and points at Undyne. Okay. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you have to return that. And Undyne looks at you, like, return what?
Do what? She has to return it. Wait,
Guide?
the guy?
That's what I'm thinking.
It pulls out the little crystal. Oh wait, bye. Give me the flower.
If I just hand you something, she's like this.
No, the other one.
Hand you crap like this. I don't know. She pulls it
Nope,
out of her pocket. And stuff.
Nope.
There's a paddle ball at one point.
It's probably in my China hut or something. I don't know what you're asking.
No. You know exactly what I'm. You don't want to give it to me. I know it. Just kind of need it, please and thank you.
What are you asking me for? I'll look at the secretary.
The flower that's crystal that we spent at the beach. That
Supposed to have that?
you took it.
Also, I don't know about this. The beach was before me.
I think I put it in the China hut. Was I supposed to carry that with me at all times?
I mean, I figured that's why you took it. You thought it was pretty, so you kept it.
Yeah, so I put it in my house where it can look nice somewhere.
Ma'am, it's not necessary. Just have her hold still so it doesn't hurt.
Punch her in the belly and make her throw up or something.
So the little kid reaches forward, and then Undyne looks kind of nervous.
Her finger down his throat.
Kind of like
yeah, ooh, that tickles.
holding.
Stop! Ooh, what's that? It's like, oh my gosh, it was crowded in there. Oh,
Muscle tough.
sheesh. What'd you call me? I'm joking. I speak all languages. It's fine.
I think we just witnessed a reverse birth. I'm not really sure what the fuck that was.
It's fine. Sweet girl, but there's people inside you. Oh my gosh, they're some weird people.
Yeah.
And then like
the dead are unruly and upset that they don't get to live. Yeah. That's pretty common.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, hi. I'm your guide. But not anymore. So, congratulations. And I guess I'm heading back to the cave. Unfortunately.
Do you have to hit immediately?
I mean, there's not much else to do. I'm pretty sure you guys are all fed up with this mess, right?
I mean, more than you can count, but
I mean, you mentioned unfortunate. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
You mentioned unfortunately, but I don't think. I think it'll be at least a little while before these seven are needed again. Did you want to do something else before going back to the cave?
You giving me ideas, or am I just guessing?
Party at the brothel.
Yeah, we have a party at the brothel.
And then is there like a flash cut to the part of the?
Yeah, sure.
Do we still have? What? Let me see. I deleted
I can
everybody.
imagine like Bella just commanding Eyes stuffed animals, preparing some sort of cookie heist at the concession stand.
What kind of brothel sells cookies?
Like I
This
imagine
one.
there's a buffet, a
This
buffet spread. Okay, this is not your typical brothel. This is an advanced brothel that you guys had a fancy wedding at.
Yeah. Vi would have immediately called as soon as she got to tell JoJo to start a party. Get everything you can.
Mhm.
Casimir, of course, tells Yvette and Bryson that the concerns are over, and we're gonna have a party at the brothel again.
Okay,
So
okay.
she has like a fund saved to like somewhere like on the side, like it's like I don't know Vi shenanigans fund where you just use the money when she tells you. Take out shenanigans fund party at the brothel.
Yeah, if God wants to join in the festivities, experience, I guess, the world in this era, might be fun.
Cool. All right. So she's gonna just kind of tear up, like, I've never been invited to a party. You guys are the greatest.
Yeah, you
Give me a
just
hug. And she just started reaching out.
Yeah, that's she's like that's the one thing I told you. You're basically my wife's vomit, and as much as I love my wife, this is a little much for me.
Well, that's our other baby. We have 2 kids now. Okay, cool.
Congratulations.
So the guy's gonna walk up to the Undying. Mom, I love you so much. Just playing along with it. Oh my god, you're the sweetest.
Oh, this
That
is
was inside of
wholesome.
you. I mean, he's like, the more I say this, the more I guess it makes sense. I guess.
She carries you around inside her for a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's fine. You're not getting hugged though.
Alright, more hug for us.
Alright, so we're gonna zip to the bar. I guess the brothel.
Yep.
Or is there anything you guys want to do in between then?
Did they have keg stands in the Victorian era?
Yes.
Yeah, there's at least 2 keg stands there. It seems like an important occasion.
Drinking games had been around for so long. Even if it was in wooden barrels, people have done keg stands for quite some time.
Yeah.
That seems like a very informed decision, or like informed, like you've done some research.
Listen,
Listen, the
Mhm.
histories of alcohol is very interesting. This is coming from a good place.
when I was doing Casimir's backstory of how he was earning the money, most while skipping between town, drinking games because he could not get poisoned were on the top of his priority. He hates alcohol, but he needed the money.
Those lines a lot at the strip club.
Well, we're going to a brothel, so potato, and letter Gesundheit, God.
So you're saying you strip? Nope, never mind, never mind.
Are you asking Crystal that?
Oh, all of that was Eden.
Okay. Yeah, but was Eden just asking Dristle that, or?
So what Eden said specifically was, in response to what you said, so you're saying you strip, then ran away. It was like, nope, never mind, and just ran away.
He just shrugs his shoulders and does some tasks for the day to get ready. Dresses up a bit nicer. Goes
I
over
thought we
to
were already
Lord.
at the brothel.
Oh, are we just going
Everyone,
straight
I mean,
there?
everyone could have went because like the party's planning to take a little while to set up because we didn't get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Vi
thought
makes
it was
sure
gonna
she
take a
goes to the
while.
brothel and tell everyone exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened. Yeah, so everyone just like were cowering in the corner. I mean, they were around to help a bit, but I was the one.
This is the
I was
fifth
the one.
version of the story. She's embellished it so much it differs
Yeah.
every time she
Yeah,
tells it.
Eden's got the written copy of the second time the story was told. Just like, I thought it was this. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll change that. Yeah. But I thought that. Like, are you sure you only punched him in the dick 5 times?
It was only once, really hard at the end.
Okay, yeah. So how much embellishment is happening every time, though?
It's actually not that much embellishment. She just didn't add what everyone else did. She only cared about what she was doing.
Okay.
So it just sounds like she's the only one that did anything. Then like we asked
so
like,
it's
oh,
the
so what did
same
everyone
story
else
every
do?
time then.
It's kind of the same story. Everyone, like it's just she just said all the stuff she did and how awesome she did stuff, which was pretty awesome. But I mean, she just didn't say. Like I think the only time she mentions Icky is when like he jizzed on him or something like that. Like it's really weird. Like I don't know, jizzed on him and it was a little bit awkward. I think everyone like felt it was awkward. I felt it was awkward. And I wasn't even like.
I had no idea there were so many sex offenders in this town.
He looks. I'm not a fucking sex offender.
Don't jizz on people without their consent,
It's
dude.
not jizz.
What is it then?
You know what? If I had an answer, I'd tell you. But I
Could
don't.
be jizz.
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. And just kind of like.
Sounds
walked
like you
away.
lost, yeah.
Just like, okay, well, yeah, it's okay. Sex offender, got it. Just kind of brooding in the corner.
Fucking jizz hands. Yeah.
His hands.
You heard of Johnny Shitknuckles. Now get ready for Izzy.
Heck,
What is that?
Oh, is it my mic again?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I thought you stepped outside and it was just automatically raining or something.
No, sometimes I just stick my head in a wood chipper.
alive.
Do you feel any chipper?
A little less dipper.
We
Well- Good.
party.
Party, I wanna party.
He's at the bar, and you just hear as their head just like keeps hitting the bar, like a thump sound. As like their head just keeps hitting the wooden bar.
Hey, he's in tune. We're in time. And like goes along with your head pats, but with a fist on the table, like, yeah.
They're just like, are you celebrating my misery or what's going on here?
Oh, you're in time with the music.
Yeah, I know.
At some point, Vi probably like sees the guy and's like, "Who are you?"
Do you mean Emilo?
The guy was over. Blowing it up. She didn't see any of that. She was busy telling a story.
Great.
Weird though. Say anything?
He's dead. He probably
Emilio?
took. No, we're talking about the guide.
Oh, I muted.
Oh,
My bad.
guide. I thought you said
Yeah.
guy for the longest time.
Yeah,
Guy.
so she's like, oh, hey, yeah, we didn't talk much. We were busy telling this grand story. I heard it. But hey, I'm your friend. You know me.
Who are you?
So rude, bye. Come on. See, I know your name.
Look, my
Yeah.
secretary. Is that my
I
wife.
They both shrug.
Do I know you?
Yeah,
Like, did we ever fuck or anything?
All right, I'll stop pulling your leg. I'm sorry. I'm your guide, sweetie. Come on. It's me. Do you not remember the voice? You heard me,
Oh,
right?
you're the guide. Oh, so you got out of Undyne?
Yeah, it was cozy in there, but a little too warm. Apparently.
Like bust out of her chest. She's dead somewhere, right?
Oh no, she's over there. She points.
Iggy, like Iggy, did Iggy commit suicide? Okay, no, never mind.
The thumping seems to get like progressively louder.
Okay. So yeah, hanging out with us from now on or something too? Are you joining the Jesters? Do I need to find a spot for you?
This is not a full-time position. I'm not completely free
No.
until we can get a grasp of how we can control Eclipse's power. But for now,
Go back
yes,
to
we're
being
good.
a crystal or something?
Eventually. But
Mm,
you guys did a great job, so we should be okay, hopefully.
gotcha. This is like once in a lifetime potential thing to be a person.
Outside of the crystal, yeah, it's been awkward because I've never really been separated. But
Stick with us. We'll show you a good time.
I appreciate it. This will be fun.
Like, so have you ever had sex?
Like, in a
Front of
previous
her
life,
wife. Nothing.
it's about to be
Nothing.
threesome. What do you mean?
Like, I'm talking to like she's been a crystal. Like, is that something you've ever done?
I've seen the people that I've traveled with doing it, but
Oh, you should come with us. We could have.
He kind of, Icky's head kind of snaps and looks at them and just kind of
Oh.
does the like your death's kind of like don't say nothing.
Yeah, Vi's like, I mean, Vi's invited her to have sex with her and her wife. Like, we should, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know, like, you never get another chance, so I mean, you might as well. Could be fun.
I think you have to ask the parents' permission.
wait, what'd you say?
He's talking over here by himself.
I think you have to ask the parents' permission for that.
Just behind them talking. I was like, whoa, where'd you come from, Dristel?
Through the door?
Standing behind me this whole time? Just lurking?
No, I overheard you.
Well, stop throwing salt in my game.
I don't have any salt.
Being weird. Why are you so weird? You're weird.
So does the guide count as a day old, or not even, or like several thousand years old? Like, is there an in between?
So I've had plenty of lives
Mentally.
before.
Wait,
I've
yeah,
been
what?
around for. I've been reincarnated. This life is pretty pure. I haven't had much going on, but yeah.
So you, as a person, like, this body hasn't had sex before, but you have had sex before.
I'm pretty sure I experienced it, but
Mm.
I've been a crystal for as long as I can remember.
So if you don't remember it, I mean, I guess it's...
That's not how that works.
If you don't remember it, it'll be a new experience.
He's over here, but that's not how it works.
Hey kid, wanna have sex?
It's a new experience. It's a new experience.
Here's a roofie. If you don't remember, it didn't happen.
Okay, so can I get a
Giggity.
show of hands of who's worried about this being pedophilic?
Above game, nah.
Basically, she looks old enough. Mentally, she should be.
Yeah.
I've experienced things, but just not personally. I learned
Well,
through watching others.
If you want to have a threesome before you turn back into a crystal, just let us know before the end of the night. We'll be around.
I mean, fuck it, why not? You guys promised me a party and a good time. Why would I not just go all out?
Go find some cocaine. Let's do this shit. What?
Promise a good time. Let's do this shit.
What kind of drugs aren't at this party?
There's a wild blur of shenanigans happening at this party.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I mean, no, sadly, Dristle can't get drunk or high. He literally cannot get
That attitude.
intoxicated. Well, you can't get intoxicated by chemical substances.
Find B and tell her to give you some of those magic drugs.
Yeah, I got some mushrooms.
Oh, that was so stupid. But yeah,
I was like, Kermit.
What?
doesn't do anything. Okay. These aren't supposed to be harmful, but you are choking on your own vomit now. What?
Yeah.
Surprise play. The Grong, which is the same thing, kind of like his character now, but he apparently got affected by all those things.
Yeah. So immunity to poison.
I'm
is...
sure you can find some magic drug somewhere if you talk to like a wizard. Because I mean, I'm sure someone. I'm sure this isn't the first time someone like you was like, I want to get high, but I can't.
You're talking to the guy with the biggest stick up his rear end.
I know. But I mean, you're the one saying you might want to do it, so.
Wheel.
Either way, it's a lot of shenanigans at the party.
Yeah. Look at this. I think at one point he tries to choreograph a workout session. Just
Those
just gets a
80s, like,
bunch
come
of
on, do it.
yeah. He's just grabbing these, I guess, these tables that aren't hinged to the ground chairs and just yelling, "Throw more stuff on me!" And he's just getting these like drunkards, like they're just here to unwind, to have a good time, maybe find something to sleep. But this guy just bursts in, like, you know what? Screw it. Let's see where this goes.
How many people do you get to climb on you?
As many as he can. I mean, he can literally, if he tries for a short time, give himself the strength of a giant. I mean, it's literally coursing through his veins.
Hmm.
Does Eden want to hop on top?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like as you're rising and falling, there's like this little gap of. It's like when you wake up and you feel like you're about to fall. Just that kind of feeling over and
Over and
over
over.
again.
Yeah, just feeling your stomach drop.
Yeah, I don't know what Lauren is doing at this point, or Dio. Actually,
Yeah,
Icky,
Lauren.
what is he doing? What is Icky doing?
Who else joined the celebration orgy in the back room in Vi's office?
Oh, I didn't bring the guitar. Do. There you
It's a cause for celebration. It's got to be kicked up a notch.
go. Yeah, so Lauren probably just be dancing with you. Dio's kind of standoffish, but just smiling at the festivities.
Or the door.
But her attention is caught whenever Corin walks in.
Her attention is caught whenever who walks in?
Corin.
Oh, Corin.
So yeah, he just kind of leans at the door, doesn't do much. Watches you guys party.
Hey, Corin, you want to join in festivities?
He
And
smiles and
pats the
shakes his
table.
head.
Come on, there's room.
And he just kind of tapped the table that's on Driscoll's back.
Yeah, exactly. Eden's like scooting over on the toilet seat, patting the thing, you know?
He kind of just lowers his head, shakes it, and just shrugs, and just, eventually winds and hops up.
Okay, yeah. Eden would lean forward, try to like help him up, and he's already on. He's like,
Mhm.
yep, okay, yep.
386, 387.
Are you doing squats?
He's doing push-ups right now.
So we're just all on your back. Got it.
Yep, on the back with the table. Just
Is there room for one more?
Who just asked?
Corin.
I thought
Creepy,
Corin was already on here.
obviously.
What did you say, Spike?
Sounded creepy, so obviously it was Cor.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell the
So-
difference between creepy and sultry, though, so I wasn't sure if it was like literally anyone else that was horny.
So, answer for his question. Is there room for one more?
Yeah. As I said, Eden like scoots over on the toilet seat in his Bugs Bunny costume and is like patting on the toilet seat.
So he reaches out for a deal. Join me.
Oh, this is after Corin got on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There's always room on the toilet seat.
His new nickname.
Crystals? What?
You're on Driscoll's back, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh. Toilet seat. That's very demeaning.
I mean, he
yeah,
gets
this-
crapped on from time to time, so it's not
Oh, dang.
inaccurate.
That's
So
like
you're
a lot of
saying you're like
shit
the most wholesome toilet then?
to
You're,
deal with and take a lot of shit. So I mean,
Yeah.
I am the plumber.
Call you Mario because you get shit on.
I deal with a lot of it, yes.
Hmm.
And I have to clean it up afterwards.
Maybe Luigi would be better.
Well, I am taller.
Hmm.
yeah. So you guys can kind of eavesdrop on his conversation with Dio. Him asking if she wants to travel with him. For them to see the world, do things, be special and stuff. So she's kind of quiet at first, and you kind of see her like nodding and like shrugging, like if things can work out, hopefully. But
Like, does she seem genuinely uncomfortable with his approach?
no, he seems pretty sincere, and he's not like pulling her in or just leaning too heavily into her.
she's coming with me. It's like what?
yeah, he's just politely talking to her.
Come with me if you want to live. Knife to
You
your
Alright.
throat.
you get dragged through the table at that.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, I just came back.
We're on a magic
everyone's
carpet,
piled
right?
up on
Which is
desk.
Driscoll.
Pretty much. Yes. Driscoll's, you said carrying a table and everybody just sitting on it, so. Or is
Yep.
it, yeah.
Like, he's doing push-ups, the table is on his back. I assume the leg, like, is that kind of table where the chair is attached at the bar at the stem?
Yeah, it's like a bench of sorts.
Mhm.
Icky is still at the bar, just like head bumping the table, the bar, just like if you want to go, like you can go hop on. Giving Undyne like permission, you can go.
Yeah,
It's
I know
fine.
was like looking very eagerly.
Yeah,
I want to do
yeah.
this as soon as I
Like
possible.
it's fine.
No,
You can go.
no, I'm gonna stay with you because you seem disturbed. You okay?
I'm okay. It just
No, there's something on your mind, babe. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's
oh
up? What's up? What's up?
yeah.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Like I
What's
said,
up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Dear God.
something. It was just one of the like very first questions of when we started this all is that if once we're done, if we'll still feel like our sins, you know, have some kind of weight or power over us, and there was a possibility to then no, there isn't, and I was kind of hoping that wasn't the case. So I still feel very angry and jealous. And it's not the most pleasant feeling.
But
And
that's just life, babe. I mean, it's natural to feel those things, not just because you belong to that certain sin. It's not going to clear you of all envy and jealousy.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just that
well,
it's not
that's
tied directly to a cause, I believe. Like, I'm still
yeah,
super hungry, but I mean, it doesn't change the fact that I got a bunch of stupid souls talking to me all the time. It's, I'm still me.
yeah, and I'm still me. I just hoped I would be not as angry or jealous or whatever you want to call it.
Well, pep up because you got me, and that's all you need. So,
Yeah, and they
and she
kind of
starts
like,
flexing. And I'm
oh,
Yeah,
like,
as you're walking, like Vise like walks by, like you're like, or so whiny.
fucking amazing, and I'm taking over the pride role, and this is on me. So love it, take it, it's all yours. She starts, shaking her butt like,
Sorry, is that Undyne?
Yep, I'm done.
Yeah, so
I'm not that.
Vi's like coming in, so Vi's like wearing like a black, somewhat see-through like robe, like lingerie robe or something. She's coming to like get
Gossamer, yeah.
yeah, like she's coming like getting drinks and I guess more drugs or whatever else she needs to bring back. She's like, so all you guys are welcome to come join us if y'all want, but I don't know. Icky, as long as you don't get all icky, and Undyne, you're fine. Justin, you're okay. Lauren, you're good. You guys, I guess, but
He looks very concerned right now.
Eden's like, Eden, there might be a little bit too many females back there for you. I don't know, but
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, yeah.
I can use the gay card to get out of this.
Whew!
Wait, did he?
Well, I was gonna say, I
did
don't
that
think
tell-
Driscoll wants to share.
He's like selfish, isn't he, or something like that?
I don't know if you can use the word selfish. I'm pretty sure that's a normal reaction.
Oh,
for
I thought she
most
said
people.
celibate.
Selfish, like you don't want your partner to have fun and stuff. Have fun together with other people.
Oh,
Okay. You're lost.
sorry, surprise. Are you saying anything?
No, I'm not. This is just like
Well,
At this point-
Dix not acknowledge Vine, let her talk
Kaz-
herself out, and she walks away.
yeah. Casimir is just like, hey, this is just one of Ice things.
Argue with her, but she's not gonna change her mind, and
Then she's
Yeah.
going to try to put words in mouth later on.
she'll fuck with me, and I'm gonna get annoyed, and I'm just gonna just don't say anything, let her have it, and just let her walk away.
Pretty much.
Well, at least we're not shot through the roof right now. Got that going for us.
What, you think he was just gonna stand up and you got to be pinned to the ceiling?
Orgy, where? She just
Yeah.
jumps up and runs.
Oh, no, I thought Driscoll was gonna get mad that someone was insinuating that he wasn't treating Lauren right. And then, like, super mad, and then Lauren's hurt, everybody's hurt. There's a hole in the ceiling. I don't know how big you get.
It's I'll just say it kind of varies depending about how angry he'll get. Just
Hmm.
because D&D wise,
It's just large, right? Or, no,
Well,
you could get, like, gigantic or ginormous.
Doesn't
he can
matter how
get-
big he gets, he can
Yeah.
always get bigger.
yeah, let's just say that.
So
Yeah, 'cause-
Driscoll is, possibly in every sense of the word, a grower.
I knew this joke was coming. In my head, I was like, he's about to make a shower or grower joke. He's about to make it. Just don't be surprised. So
You said
you're
for me.
a grower. Motherfucker, I knew it.
Mm,
Yep, he's definitely a grower in practically every aspect.
Except the one you think.
fair enough.
I'm pretty sure he's a grower in that too.
Show her. It's like-
Elmo!
I mean, it'd be very awkward to like walk around. I mean, that's kind of why he has that coat. Not why, but a good reason why he has a coat often on him. So
So he can hide his erections when he gets them? What?
no.
How does that
Like
follow?
if if he was a shower, he has a lot of schmeat down there to say the least.
Okay, so you're constantly fucking your pocket dimension.
No,
That's a good use of a pocket dimension.
no, it's just like having
You
a weird.
constantly... So, you could make an awesome trucker because you constantly have access to a 2-liter bottle for you to pee in.
I mean, well, that's very unclean because I have to, dump out my coat every time.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And another new
Yeah,
person.
but I don't remember the character art for this one. That's not
Either way,
Orphan, is
Vi's
it?
gonna be like, well, I'm gonna get back in there. Call me if you need me for anything. I'm more like supervising back there right now because there's a lot of people back there.
How many people are
So
back
Emilia's one approach, like, I've heard you inviting people for fun.
Yeah, come on, let's
Is
go.
this? Oh shit! Well,
Oh, wait, Dylan, let me
Hey,
get
no,
this
no.
fish out. Okay.
like say less, let us
Come on,
go.
pretty boy, let's go. You're not my type, but you're probably someone's type.
Serena's gonna stand outside, like looking kind of scared, and
Yeah,
until she gets.
she's watching the door for us.
Emilia walks next to her, like, "You're not joining us?" And she's like, no. I'll take care of this one, Lady Vi." And
Yeah,
then he
Vi,
kind
like,
of courts
behind her
her.
and like kisses her on the cheek, like, good luck.
I don't know if it. So she gets really
Vi's like, yeah, like, Vi's like, one of us, one.
He drags her over
Group
to the
think
corner.
into an orgy.
Yeah, Vi's was supervised, like she said. Vi's not gonna like push her or anything. She just goes.
He'll be gentle.
Yeah.
Like,
Vi's
just
making sure no one's getting like she's not like really like no. I mean like she's like I don't know, right? If she's just kind of like yeah.
So yeah, Orphan walks in, and waves at Dio, but keeps walking.
Straight to the orgy now. Heard there's an orgy in here. Where does Orphan go?
I was like, oh, she's coming right for us.
That's your problem.
As she kind of comes to sit down with us, I look at her, then I look at those two, and I'm like, no.
Start making
And then I
out.
look at him, and then I look back at her, and then look at like real fast, and then just
So
smiles, like the one on my face, and then like one on my neck. Just kind of like creepily, like and then they kind of go away, just like.
Was
he's
that
the
gay?
quietest person in the city. The most quiet person in the city,
They just quietly
she's
make out.
I just look at him and go, cute.
So Ian kind of winks back at you, like, "Told you we weren't gay." Told you so.
Color me surprised. He kind of jokes around and changes like they're kind of like a palish white yellow kind of flesh tone, and then it just like changes to blue and red, and then goes back to their normal tone. Just kind of like haha funny.
Right. So as her hair kind of sways around and with them getting closer to each other, you see earplugs in Orphan's ear. Like, it's not too loud in here, but she's good. She's got earplugs.
That is a vibe.
Well, I mean, sensitive hearing,
I don't. But it's something I would do, so it's a vibe.
Else we doing? Should we talk about what's happening next? Because I mean,
we still have what is it, Crown to deal with.
yeah.
That's why I was just like, wow, we're like celebrating like it's like everything is done, but it's just like personal story is done.
We were celebrating the the end of that shenanigans. The bullshit we have to do. We don't have to worry about that destroying one less thing to destroy the city.
I mean, with the 7, like this is a big celebration for Casimir because neither him or Lauren died. So
Yeah. I assume the paper is just like Vi saved city from something evil destroying us. Kicked it in the dick or something. That's all we.
Local gangster punches Eldritch Horror in dick. Claims to save town.
Celebration and orgy at the brothel afterwards.
Planned orgies for the next week at this address.
Aided by Trickster by jizzing on
Yeah.
Eldritch Monster.
Crew was there, one jizzed on it.
They wanted to remain anonymous, or at least I assumed. But Jizz Hands McGee, strongman, and
That really icky guy.
Yeah.
Mine is not his name, apparently.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Kill you all in your sleep.
I can't tell if that's Nick or Icky, and I don't know which one's better.
Oh, that was Iggy. Nick doesn't give a
good.
fuck.
It's like, no, we're finally cyberbullying you enough. Yes. But no, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Eden could report on any of that. Like, what I was thinking of would be that he would just, like, write a book about it, but it would have to be titled as non-fiction. It would have to be titled as fiction or something, because none of this makes any fucking sense.
Is Scientology fiction?
Exactly, yeah.
The Bible?
Oh.
Or...
Yeah, I was thinking a New Testament sort of vibe, like, oh yeah, this is actually what happened, but I just didn't claim that it was all true.
Anyway.
So there's like a mostly half understood just writing out there that's going to be coming out in like a year or two, I guess, of the story. Just a lot of secondhand accounts with the broad strokes already painted. And it ends with a dick punch. Well, it would probably end with... No, it would end with a dick punch. I don't think Eden would mention the orgy. You cut out after I mean Vi.
Possibly. I mean,
Ooh, roboting.
no.
Okay, so say I mean Vi one more time so you can cut out.
Nope.
Wait 5 seconds and then go.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Sorta.
Vi.
Fuck.
Wait 5 seconds. 4,
character's name is
3,
just
Okay,
fucking
yeah, you're right, yeah.
1.
You hear me?
Yeah, I
Fuck!
can.
Yeah, so you can hear us, but we can't hear you properly.
I don't know. I think green.
You good now?
This is too funny right now.
So try one more time.
So the Vi part.
Mhm.
She already has the book written. Technically, has the book.
Technically.
Okay, yeah, so then Eden's just doing the Book of Mormon.
She's like hands you the book. It says here's the book. You can read through it and make a real book out of it, I guess.
A rule book?
Real book.
Real book.
Yeah, this is like a diary or like how it happened. Like this was like you can make it like fancier or something.
They found a book that gave a step-by-step, or I guess a play-by-play.
Play.
I mean, if you want, I can just publish this diary.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? It's just, I mean, you get to the part where like Icky was like kissing Undyne's toes and stuff that night, and like the almost every night me fucking red, and you know, there's all those things. I mean, you can keep all that in if you want, but I mean, it's like
Tell you what,
it's like
step by step
going-
our entire lives.
I'm definitely going to have at least one of those books made, but yeah, I can cut out a lot of the sex scenes or like put in a author's note, then they had sex.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can just get the story part, the part about us fighting the bad guys. The book, it's like this giant chapter book, and there's only like you can only write like about a single like 2 pages worth of stuff we actually did. Everything else is just us dicking around.
So yeah, it's just I mean, I welcome the challenge. This is probably gonna take me a while though. So I'm gonna enjoy the push-ups. Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I guess you enjoy the rising and falling of Bristol.
Wait, why?
Crystals.
Why do you say it like that? Why do
The
you do
rising
it
and
intentionally?
falling of the strong meat.
I
movement.
thought.
I'll make this as homoerotic as I can.
As Driscoll forward and backwards. Thrusting forward. It's like, come on, just get everything you can.
Thrusting up every time. Short breaths. Deep. Heavy.
Sometimes he grows a little bit when he does it.
Okay.
Always grow big.
All I know is I feel weak.
And you need and Eden needs a strong man to hold him up. Yeah, goodness. Oh god. Yeah, I mean that lasts for a while, but Driscoll and Lauren, of course, have their fun because I think there's only so much fun they can have with after it. The crowd of onlookers just says, "Oh, dude, I'm tired." Like some of them are just half passed out, partially because they were already drunk,
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
and half due to the workout
Sorry for
routine that they wanted to
Our
follow
daddy
Driscoll
taught
with.
us not to be ashamed of
One's
our
just kind
dicks,
of puking in
especially
the
since they're
corner.
such good size and all.
If I'd have to do
Yeah, I
another
see
chin
that.
up, I'm
Daddy
going to
gave you
die.
good advice. It gets bigger when I pull them.
Surprise chin ups.
Pulling it so hard.
They say Driscoll killed
I ripped
5
the
men
skin.
that night.
Well, my daddy taught me a few things too, like
Oh,
how not to rip
goodness.
the skin by using someone else's
Yeah,
mouth.
but no,
I'm
they get
imagining
some.
Driscoll just going like,
Will you
pump
show me?
you up, or
I'd be
whatever.
right happy to.
I am Bristol, and I'm going to pump you up.
Daddy told us not to be ashamed of our dicks.
Yes.
Spike, is this just exactly what it sounds like?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a clip from a gay porn, but it's like it's non-new, like right. It's just really shitty acting and stupid dialogue.
Ah, you had me at gay porn. Okay.
Yeah. Daddy Bristol says everything is good.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Go out through the night.
Sorry for
No,
what?
I don't know.
Our daddy taught
I'll
us
think
not to be
about it
ashamed of
later.
our dicks,
I'll
especially
talk to you
since
guys
they're
about
such
game
good
about that.
size and
But
all.
Yep.
Yeah, I see that.
Just having a night, spending some time with Lauren after the push-ups. That's the broad strokes. Maybe talk to Eden.
Funny enough, that gay porn became so popular, someone released like a version of it without the porn in it, just to like show you what the hell people were talking about. I watched the whole thing. It's real stupid.
What? Porn with a stupid plot line?
But there's actually a lot of plot to it, and I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous.
Sometimes I pull and it's so long, I tear the skin.
Yeah.
This is like Room level of acting, or The Room.
Yeah. The whole plot in the movie is this dude gets like stranded outside the road, his car breaks down or something, so he has to like walk a while, and he finds these like rednecks in the woods. They're not like evil or bad or anything. They're just like, oh yeah, we'll help, but we don't have the car with us. Like they took it fishing. Like, oh, they took it fishing. Like, yeah, he'll be back eventually. Like, okay, cool. Can I hang out here? He's like, if you hang out here, you gotta work and everything to pay off you hanging out here. And he's like, okay, fine, I'll work. And he's like, oh, when? And then like a day passed. Like, oh, when they coming back? It's like, oh, they took it fishing. Sometimes they come back in like a week or so. A week, and then yeah, it's just ridiculous. The whole gotta repay the favors. Yeah, it's real weird.
I know Tommy Wiseau sells sells underwear.
The fuck?
Yeah.
The guy that
So-
made The Room sells underwear.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, my brother has a pair of Tommy Wiseau underwear because he watched The Room once just a few months ago. He's like,
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
yeah.
Believe this.
So he also has an autographed DVD of The Room by Tommy Wiseau.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking I'm just thinking the equivalent of that porn would be getting I don't know, don't be ashamed of your D's condoms.
Dad told us not to be ashamed of our dicks.
Yeah. No glove, no love.
That's a good one. No rubber,
okay.
no rubbing her.
Or him.
Yeah. You're cutting out again.
He was just asking anything else.
Not
Like-
for me.
I'm good. Eden?
Eden gets way too drunk and does keep the book and just stumbles off into the night after about the midpoint of when people are trailing off. Makes it home well after they should have. Not just because it's very late, but just because they did not make it. They didn't take a direct route. Just stumbled too much. Gets back home and wakes up to the worst hangover they've ever had.
GG.
But yeah, just Eden's going to be working on publishing the book, trying to put in some context about what the Jokers are, and in general, trying to turn the story into a bit of an urban legend, or market it like that at least, because he doesn't think anyone will believe it.
And then when it's published, Eden is just in that black turtleneck with the glasses.
Yeah, and yeah. No, Eden's
mean-
gonna totally Steve Jobs to this, but yeah, there's some like fundamental values of the Jesters that he wants to like reflect in the story, like everybody has a chance, but you can't fuck up too much. Privacy is important. And just little tidbits that he learned along the way in the week that he's known you guys.
Privacy is important.
I don't know. I was trying to get a moral from Icky. Like, what? It's okay to bullshit your friends? Is that better?
Back.
There's
It
more to
doesn't count
people
as
that
pedophilia if they're 1,000-year-old gem girl. Like, what sort of caliber lessons and morals are you wanting me to get from the story?
I was just that's the lesson he pulled, so I just thought it was funny.
Okay. Did you guys roll performance and pregnancy?
I don't know. I just saw a D20 and a D6. And I
The world may never know.
thought, you know what?
Are you rolling a d6 for pregnancy again?
What are you talking about?
See, that's an unfair question because I didn't roll a d6 the first time. So again, it seems kind of like Josh rolled last time.
I did. Want me to roll again?
No, it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. We're just doing hand stuff. You don't have to. You don't want a kid.
Okay, above game. Is Icky trying to get Undyne pregnant?
No, he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know if the blood curse is honestly lifted. So
So are you saying above game it is?
yeah, above game it is.
Cool. I still have no idea what a blood curse is, but
So
good for
Icky above game. Icky's mom kind of. You saw them at the wedding. They were kind of white. They're changing, but Icky originally didn't look like. You never got to see what Icky used to look like. So, they at a very young age killed their father because they kind of lashed out, and their father saw them as a monster, and so the mother, in kind of response of not really knowing what is going on with their child, kind of sealed away anything bad that might have been there with a blood curse, but didn't know how to remove it per se. So basically, anytime Icky was trying to use their like full power or anything relating to their heritage, quote unquote, it would end up in failure basically. So anytime Icky got someone pregnant, they would die or become real sick and eventually die. And Icky at one point was pregnant and had a miscarriage. But
okay, so do you
during
mean they die like miscarriage, or do you mean like the person that gets pregnant dies?
So far, every person who has been pregnant by Icky had died. So it was like health complications, and then like the worst happened basically. Whether that's
So
true for all cases or not, yeah. Well, they were hesitant, but after the wedding, they're just like, it'll be fine. The reassuring, like, no, it's fine. It's not gonna happen to me. Blah blah XYZ. Whatever your lovers say to each
okay.
other. Like you're not
Yeah,
gonna hurt
so
me.
Icky's kind of reckless then.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, cool.
But I mean, that's also doing case because their loved one is trying to be more intimate with them. So
I could do the right thing, or I could get laid.
I mean, Icky has always been like, no, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. But now it's like, well, we're together now, so it's tough.
Jeez. Okay.
Or at least that's the way I see it in my head, anyways. With as overly affectionate as Undyne is, that's what I get,
You signed up for this.
anyways. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an entire Peter Parker's radioactive sperm thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
God.
not
Wait, it's
not
literally
all
that.
Yeah, it's literally that.
My sperm
I
is
totally had forgotten about
cancerous.
that too.
That was the first storyline I heard about Spider-Man, by the way.
I feel bad that.
Yeah, I was
Even
like
before
8.
like the
I was 8.
Venom storyline.
Yeah.
Boy, but dude.
Listen, I got some
Oh,
weird
gosh.
relatives, okay?
Yeah. You pervert.
Oh no, my father openly discussing kinks with me when I was in middle school caused that.
Oh, gee.
Some weird stories about that shit.
Yeah, your sex escapades.
No. My dad and stuff like that.
Sexcapades?
My dad and stuff. Whew. I didn't give no fucks.
How would an asexual have sex stories then? Your dad gave no fucks.
Yeah. I'll tell you stupid stories. Back wherever you
I got the joke.
Haha, but
Yeah.
So we were talking about things that happen now?
Let's see. You were just talking about how I think we got diverted because of the roles. We were saying how Ellen was kind of walking home, stumbling drunk.
Yep.
I guess Undyne and Icky had their own thing. Buys with pretty much everyone else at the orgy. Seems like where? Seems like Dio and Corin are talking at the bar. Not sure what's happening there. And I guess, yeah, Driscoll would be going home with Lauren to be more receptive to new things. So
Driscoll's getting pegged. I'm so proud of you.
I mean, it ain't the first time Lauren pegged somebody.
I wouldn't have pegged you as a Jimmy.
No, like this is something Lauren had told Casimir at some point.
That is good. Good for her.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
she was either bi-curious or bisexual. I don't know which one. She's been with a couple of ladies. I know that much. Yeah,
Okay,
but
so having a strap on is different from pegging.
Yeah.
I guess what's the difference there between a
Yeah,
strap-on
so
and pegging?
pegging is
Guys.
specifically up the ass, and it's usually to get
Alright.
to the G spot, which is usually guys, yeah. But I don't know. You could call it pegging on a woman too, but it's usually just up the ass. I don't know. Like,
I just think it's like a foreign object. I mean, kind of like, I guess a weird thing is dildos in that regard.
yeah, those aren't pegging. That's just having a strap on.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to dive into semantics of sex toys and sex terminology. Just
Mm-hmm.
they did it. I got. Yeah, no.
Driscoll got pegged. Yes, this is all that matters.
You know what? Sure.
Yes.
Embrace it. Like he has to be a sex offender.
Sure. It definitely being one of the things he says. Probably not in the future, but it was definitely experience. Yeah.
The next day, hey, you look different.
You just walk in by
I
like, I know that look. You took it in the butt.
like I can imagine with his ability to crush things easier. At some point, his butt cheeks just clenched so
It's
hard.
tight. It's
Just
destroyed it.
yeah, just broke it. Okay, we are done with that.
Wait, does Driscoll need somebody to get the splinters out of his ass?
I mean, I
Or,
don't
like-
think the strap-on is wooden.
Okay, but like plastic splinters? Like,
Plastic doesn't
is there
really
materials that
split.
don't splinter? Oh, silicone wouldn't actually.
Yeah, like,
Is there
Yeah.
silicone in the Victorian era?
Silicone was like in
Sure.
the late 19th
No,
century, early 20, because I know petroleum was a
you know
thing
what?
and rubber
Sure is
gaskets were
probably the
needed.
best response to that, though. Just because,
Yeah.
sure. You don't
Okay.
need to fish the splinters out of your ass. Just, it's fine.
you crunch it, breaks off the end, and it shoots up your.
Well,
Then you puke it out.
or poop it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just it was just a mess for the first half of the night trying that new thing.
Damn it! Can we like switch topics, please? I've got this whole vision in my head now. I'm not okay.
You're welcome.
I'm really not.
There's a problem to have the scene of Driscoll getting pegged in your head?
Yes, because I just imagine him now, like almighty clench, and then just stops, and just like. Anyways, I'm not sharing my thoughts.
I don't know, they're pretty entertaining.
Well, this is why Driscoll ain't gonna be a homosexual partner wouldn't survive.
I will snap your dick clean off.
Like that chick. Why are you working out? It's like, oh, I'm planning to visit my boyfriend. I'm gonna destroy that dick. It's like, damn. It's like, okay. Okay. They sent it to I forgot who it was, one of the streamers, like, because she clipped it and they sent it to him, and his eyes just get real big, like, oh. Gotta deal with that.
Not gonna have
Yeah.
much of a dick left. Oh no.
Actually, let's just. Yeah. I was gonna say there was like so for Casimir, I did take that BDSM test to see what kind of things he'd be open to.
Fucking hell. That is
yeah,
amazing.
So when Lauren tries, since he has been, so he's been a virgin until he met Lauren. So everything until the last couple sessions, it's been more vanilla, and he understands that she was lust, had a lot of partners, did a lot of things. Let's try to get up to that level, see what he's comfortable with, and by percentiles of what he's comfortable with.
Anything beyond
not
sex.
I mean, he's done oral, outdoor sex. He's done those things.
Okay.
But yeah, things that are lower are things like pegging, and I think it's boy girl. Let me take a look at it. I'm not going to bog down with the information. I will just say it was an experience and not one he wants to have again.
entirely because you predetermined his interest in pegging.
I
Okay.
gave him a percentage of
Yeah.
if he, and I was thinking back when we had to roll the D&D system, I'd roll to see, okay, how much would he be into it? Roll a D20. Okay, if it's something towards the very high range, basically anything that fell under 70%, he would roll for because it's like, oh, a secret king that I actually like. But if it's under 70, it's like an acquired taste, and it's kind of like a hit or miss. And anything lower than that, the lower it gets, the higher you need to roll in order for him to be okay doing it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking a
Lots of
random-
thought into your character.
Check out.
You're cutting out again, Spike.
It's like rolling to see if people get pregnant and stuff, right? It's like if it happens, it happens.
Well, let's hope nines don't do anything.
Nah, he's been wearing protection. The second 9 was to see how much he liked it. I was rolling the 20 and the 3 because I wasn't sure why Icky was rolling or Nick was rolling. But I thought, okay, what's going on here? And might be funny to see what might be just funny to play along, quote unquote, not knowing what's happening.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just imagining Bristol gets butt pregnant.
Butt pregnant.
You're welcome for that image, Nick.
Wait, you have to imagine something like that? You can't just, like, remember some stuff?
Remember some stuff.
I can't be the only one that knows about butt pregnancies like that, right? Like, there's been at least more than one. No, it's screwed. I'm just going. I'm in the right places. It's fine.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
So does the evening fade on everyone doing shenanigans, and then
Yep.
meet up at the guild hall to discuss crown stuff or whatever stuff?
Yep.
So you guys, if nothing else is being done.
Eden is not there because hangover, but I don't know if anyone would know about that.
Oh no, he got butt pregnant. Congratulations.
Oh, did I exit out? Oh, no.
I guess would Guy go home with Vi or
Spend the night.
got out again? What did
I
you
think
say?
we just spend the night at the brothel.
Okay.
Set my Discord, maybe. I don't know. Okay. No. I do have an update from my computer I keep saying no to, so maybe something's happening.
Be lashed.
Bill Gates is punishing you personally.
I say yes, and then it starts so it's making me lag. Everyone's there. So stuff.
Yeah.
Later.
Ikis, well, our group personal stuff. Are you staying around, Icky, or are you going to go visit the world or do whatever else you gotta do?
Oh, well, I mean, we're not totally done yet, so I can wait. I'm still looking for a ship, and I still probably need to learn how to swim. So,
Go dunk you in the water a bit and see if you can swim.
you could stay the fuck away from me. How about that?
Well, I was trying to teach you before, but you were being a baby.
Yeah. I'm still gonna be a baby. I want to learn at my own speed, not you fucking psychotic people who throw people into fucking the empty abyss and just hope they'll fucking float.
Go
What kind
jump
of
in the
fucking
bathtub or
madness?
something. You gotta take
That's
baths?
different.
That why
It's
you're
not
icky?
water I'm afraid of. Once again,
You practice swimming in the water.
it's not the same thing. You don't understand.
Well, I don't recommend throwing people into the water to learn how to swim. My father did that for me and my siblings.
I mean, hello, Driscoll. First of all, I just thought since the seventh stuff was over, that was the last I was gonna see of you, and here you are.
Okay, I still, before the seven stuff was a thing, I promised to help you guys get control of the city. That isn't
I'm,
done.
I don't know what your motives are, my guy. I mean, you
Get that token.
say what?
The other token, it's like an old token that doesn't have a name. You can't click on it. It's not connected to the sheet.
This one?
Oh, yeah, whatever that is, I can't get touch it. Is she not there?
You're talking about Serena?
I figured we all woke up in that room.
Yeah, but as soon as Serena's not there, Serena's she had a different night. Whenever you get back now, that was me deleting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So what was Icky saying? Or was
Oh,
I
I just
saying? Sorry.
yeah. You just call me Icky. It's fine. You don't have to say hi.
Because he did recall at the wedding, I referred to themselves with their actual name.
Yeah. Icky would rather you use Icky than I.
Hmm. Okay.
They still have a belief, because no one's asked about it, that knowing someone's true name has meaning. And when you throw away their true name like that, you're giving basically someone's authority over Icky or I out to the world. So it's more like like a formal name and an informal name. It's like your parents called you this, but I go by a shortened version. Like my name is Nicholas, and I go by Nick. And people only call me Nicholas whenever A, I'm in trouble, or B, it's really formal. You know what I'm saying?
So now I have power over you.
He's a
Mm-hmm.
devil. You can summon him.
Or for legal documents.
So you can just refer to Icky as Icky. It's fine.
Right. Okay.
But just like they say, oh, I thought you were just, it was all just a what's the word, coincidence that you were trying, and then it just bound you. I thought as soon as you were done with us, you were leaving too, like even faster than me.
I am a man of my word, and you are surprisingly decent company, despite the jeering.
Like, whenever you do go, though, make sure you take that kid with you. He's been bouncing around that room for a while. I think I left him here for a few days. It's like, oh, is that where he's been?
Just everything is covered in goo.
It's just like it was the honeymoon. Gray said she would watch him, but I think they just got sick of him, stuck him. Probably not. Gray doesn't seem like the person to do that. Who would do that? Lucky. We came up to Lucky, and Lucky just threw him in there and just left him. So I guess that was poor judgment on my part.
Goodness. So is Dio just standing outside, or she hasn't?
Oh, I was
opened
waiting for
the
you
door?
guys to stop. I was waiting for you guys to finish yours real quick. He kind of walks in, kind of quietly, and just gives everyone a nod, like,
Hey, Dio.
good morning.
Who'd you spend the night with?
Hey.
He's not
She kind of scratches her head.
See you in the room.
Yeah, I had a good long talk with a friend.
Is that it? Just to talk?
Yeah, just a talk.
Okay.
How was everyone else's night?
Pretty fun.
pretty informative.
Hung out with a lot of lovely ladies and a guy.
A good workout. Um, a novel experience in some cases. His ears just get a bit red. But overall,
He's getting better.
he just kind of bitches a bit.
It's a little off talking, but I found out that Keelan not gay.
Easy goes and be like, wait, you thought Keelan was gay?
Okay, hear me out. Where does he hang out all the time with?
At the bar with Ian?
With Ian. Right. How
Wait, that means
often
you
do
thought
you,
Ian was gay too?
how often do you see them apart from each other?
Never, but they're like,
Okay. When someone is messing up Ian's bar, who takes out the trash?
you're right, I see it.
Just saying.
Yeah, I see it. You bring up a good point.
If anyone sat there and looked at it, it kind of looked a little suspicious at first. But hey, I was wrong. I admit that I'm wrong, and it makes sense. Man, a few words. Totally see him and Orphan getting together. Oops.
Like,
Right.
that makes sense.
Ooh.
Does that make sense? I mean,
I don't know if that was a secret or not. So
it doesn't really matter, but I mean, Orphan likes quiet and he's quiet, so I mean.
well, if you didn't hear that from me.
Like, I wonder what sex is like for them. I want to say it's like super quiet, like no noise at all.
Is this
It
sound
seemed like Orphan
deprivation
was just
chamber?
wearing what are they called? Earplugs. So I mean,
It's like watching porn muted.
you act like people don't do that.
Characters wouldn't say that. I guess we don't watch TV.
Well, I mean, there are silent films.
Yeah.
Just like a sex scene, and then this can't be dialogue in between. Like, oh, Cheryl, this is quite a nice thrusting we have.
Holy. Oh.
I say I am cleaning out your pipes thoroughly. Watch out for the whipped cream. Haha. What was that roll for, Vi?
To see if I could tell you took it in the butt or not.
Oh yeah.
The way you
Like-
move, like based off the conversation, the way you came in, the way you said stuff, your ears turning red.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like you can at least tell he did something.
Questionable.
Yeah.
I mean, he did something he's embarrassed of, not necessarily questionable, but something that had made him feel uncomfortable the next day.
You
I
know.
mean, yeah, so he probably either took it at the bar or did something weird. So you can bully him for that later.
I mean, you'll see.
Yeah.
I'm paid to lose.
Well, I'm glad everyone had a good night, but I hope we haven't forgotten that there's still a section of town that is controlled by what may or may not be people of questionable judgment. I was going to say something meaner, but I guess that works.
Yeah, we gotta deal with the crown.
Oh,
Hey,
hey,
sure.
Sorina.
Hey, what's up? A bit of fun.
Hey, what's up?
Fun with what's his face?
Actually, yeah, I did. It's a sweet fella.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of flamboyant, but still sweet.
Yeah, you might want to be careful. That's one of JoJo's favorites.
Oh. What does one of JoJo's favorites like pertain? Sorry. Excuse me.
Would I know the relationship between the two?
Between Emilio and JoJo?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. Assume whatever you want.
There are
Nick.
interviews of candidates who worked there, and in JoJo's eyes, he scored really well.
Oh,
What's
he's
that
one of
mean?
the. Her eyes get kind of big. Like I had. I can't finish my.
Did I taint him for you? I'm sorry.
No, I should expect it. I should have expected. So does that mean I should have paid him for what he did?
He would have collected, but I mean, if he didn't, then I mean,
He was invited to have fun.
But we spent some time after.
Yeah. So, I couldn't give you that. So, it was been a little bit fun. It was a little bit a step ahead, but it's fine. He knew what he was doing. It's fine.
this is Nick. Is Vi insinuating that she paid him?
No. Vi invited people to have fun, and he came in to have fun. So it was.
Oh, okay. The way it came off to me was you saying, like, yeah, we knew that, and we paid him for it. Don't worry about it. We thought ahead for you, and I was like,
Vi was gonna try
that
to get
seems a little
her.
mean, actually.
Yeah, Vi was gonna try to get her to join in to have fun, like to give her first experience or an experience. I don't know if she had sex before or not, but just give her an experience with a woman or something like that, just so because Vi knows her way around women. So show her like the ropes a little bit. So then when she goes with a guy, she it'd be technically she's still a virgin, but she knows at least what to do somewhat. But yeah, he joined in. And he's like, I'll take care of it, and I was like, oh okay. So yeah, he took care of it.
There could have been an honest connection. That's not unheard of. And he kind of looks at Undyne.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with her. Pretty cute.
I didn't say there was nothing wrong with her. I think the thought in her head is that she had sex with a prostitute and didn't pay, and that she meant nothing to him. That might not have been the case. So I'm trying to.
Come on, guys. I never
That's
said
what I'm
sex.
saying. She's a nice woman, cute, there's a lot going for her, so it makes sense that he would need to pay.
What?
Can we change the subject? It's not that serious.
Okay.
I'm not serious. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Anyway, did you have fun did you have fun having sex with the prostitute?
Yeah, I did. I really did.
That's all that
was took his time with me, and everything just felt great. Yes.
Did you get his number?
Did you need to know so much? Yes. What? I know where he lives, so
Yeah, well, I'll hook you up. It's fine.
I don't really need the hookup if I've already been.
We can go on a double date or something.
Sure. Just yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm cool with that. Sorry if I'm being awkward. I'm not used to this kind of attention.
That's fine.
What? JoJo loves Slim Boy Man. Okay.
So, Sabrina's here. She might be able to help, because we need to deal with the crown. So, should we have a plan of attack? Do we just walk in like we own the place and start punching people?
Seems like something they would do.
Perhaps we. It seems like they are aware that their forces are receding, power is waning. Just a show of force without hurting people might be available.
Yeah, we would grab the Vipers, we grab the Wasp, we grab potentially even the Aeon. Because, I mean, once we told them once we're done with all this, we can let them have their stuff too, some more land and whatnot. So once we finish this, so if we grab everyone, show a big thing of force and be like, surrender, or, you know, suffer the consequences, and we just walk in and then... Sure, there'll be lots that don't surrender, but I'm pretty sure the footmen, the ones that are being paid to work and that don't really like them, we're probably easily going to surrender. One of those things, right? They're not actually... What happens when you don't really have loyalty of people.
Right.
Well, we can just start getting people ready then. I don't see much talking about it as long as we try and. I mean, diplomacy being the first method, and obviously violence coming after. But
Yeah. I'm good, Ezekiel?
Sounds good.
Cool. I'll call, I guess, Josh or Other Vi. Who's leading them over there now?
Josh. He's been over here a few times.
Yeah,
We discussed some good.
he's at the brothel. I'll go see him.
Right, he's supposed to be helping JoJo better.
He's been cooking. Pretty good.
Mm,
We'll do that. I guess go to the Aeons. Everyone else at? Members?
like their respective areas.
Yeah.
No, I guess
Yeah.
not.
Ox, Quinia is probably at her bar. I think Winston has just been here since day one.
That's what I figured too. I was waiting for him.
They're not here. They left a while back.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
they're gone.
It's like, well, we'll go gather our forces and stuff.
Cool.
A super surprise.
Is there anything else you need from us?
I guess we should all be there, right? The larger display
Fine.
of force we have, the better.
Hmm.
Alright. Take care of it.
Okay, you deal with the crew here. I guess we'll go. I guess we can split up. You want to split up and each talk to people? We go
Yeah,
group.
I'll go
Alright.
get Quinia.
Do
Guess
you
I'll-
wanna get an ox crystal?
I was
get
trying to
ox?
force that upon him. Sorry.
Sure, I'll get Ox.
I can if you don't want to. I mean, me and Ox have a good rapport. I mean, you can go get Winston.
I don't really know Winston, sadly. I know we
Dude.
saved him from the crown attack, but
You really know any of them? I mean, if anything, you have the opposite of knowing Ox. Like you and Ox seem kind of like rivals, or worse than no. I don't know.
I mean, we talk a bit.
Okay, whatever.
Where's your secretary? Is he like not showing up for work today,
Oh
or?
no, he doesn't do a lot. He doesn't remember anything. All the
I
stuff he
mean, are
wasn't
you
around
faulting him for remembering the things that he wasn't around for?
I mean, I figured he should know.
How?
I don't know.
Did you tell him?
I mean, if I knew that, I would need a secretary.
Did you allow him to read your mind?
Name a book.
That book only says about what we've done as a 7, not like you
Tells us
personally.
everything. It tells everything. It said about you sucking toes or kissing toes and all the sex we've had. Like, it's a lot of personal stuff in there.
Okay, so 1, I don't believe you. 2, I don't believe you. 3, it seems like I don't believe you.
That's why I didn't want
4,
to fall into. That's why I wanted to keep it so it didn't fall into enemy's hands and know what we were doing. But now that it's like the end, I mean, I guess we don't need it anymore. I mean, it doesn't say anything else what we're gonna be doing now. Like right now, how we're sitting here talking, if we weren't done, it would say, and then the group met to attack the crown, and if the crown found it, they'd be like, they're attacking on Tuesday, right? Like, they would know.
The book only covers important things.
I thought it was everything. I'm pretty sure it was
class.
everything.
I guess Driscoll opens up his copy of the book.
Only one book.
There's only one book for it.
Oh, there's only one book? I thought there
It's a
was like
special book. Yeah, it's a one
No,
that
no,
does
no.
blank.
So there's our book, which tells our personal stories, but then there's the group book, which tells all of the stuff apparently, or whatever they wanna
The book,
write in
yeah,
there.
the book.
Yeah.
Also, even if it's important, this is pretty important. I mean, maybe you don't find kissing Nine's toes important, but what me and Red do in the bedroom is pretty important to me.
I'm pretty sure that's the only important person it is to. I don't think anyone else would find that information important.
You'll be surprised.
I really wouldn't. Whenever I'm surprised, I will come and kiss your toes, okay?
I mean, I already had to deal with Ox like sucking on him, and he goes ham.
Then then you've got nothing but pleasure or not pleasure to look forward to. I don't know what else to tell you, bye.
Okay.
I still don't
No.
believe you, so it's okay. Anyways, I mean, I guess show of force, we don't really need him. I just figured you'd want him to be there so you can embellish another story about how you walked into the crown territory and took it without, I don't know. I figured this would be something important to you, so that's why I was asking
It
where
is.
your secretary.
We have the gap.
I mean, maybe you need to talk to him about his attendance issues. It seems pretty poor that someone new on the job doesn't show up to work after a night of fun.
Everyone kind of got drunk and did stuff, so maybe he's just sleeping it off like everyone else was. Like everyone was kind of late. Everyone could have like super cool abilities to bounce back.
But as far as we know, he's a no call, no show. What if the crown got to him and they have all your secrets now?
No matter telling us anything else anymore. But in 2, I just call him, so I call him.
So it takes a few minutes, or no, it rings like 2 or 3 times, and then you pick up like, hello.
Where are you? We're at work. Why aren't you here?
What time is it?
Like I don't know, like earlier, it's like 8 o'clock or something, 9 o'clock. I don't know.
Okay, I'll be in. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Okay, cool. You gotta remember stuff for me today. She just hangs up.
Fuck. And Eden gets dressed and leaves. But what?
Carried the fuck the whole time. It's like you just do like you showering, saying fuck, getting dressed, saying it, and then walking down the street saying it.
Walk through the door.
I would imagine right before he walks through the door, he just puts a finger up and says, and then opens the door and says, "Hello, guys."
He just finishes.
How long will it last?
Hi.
to go?
No, but I need to be here, right?
We got a war to win.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
uh,
You looking a little down in the dumps there. Everything okay?
If I ask for some hair of the dog, will I get actual dog fur? I don't know with this group. I get
I mean,
it is
depends
not
on.
functioning well.
did you want some eggs or something? Something, I know greasy food is good for hangover.
There's still some
What?
milk in your coat.
Sorry, you're kind of getting out.
Dristle has some coat milk.
No, I had enough of that last night. No.
Goat milk.
Coat milk. You have milk in your coat.
I mean, I
Oh,
have
you mean his pocket dimension? Oh, yeah, milk would be fun. Yeah.
You drink milk?
Sometimes?
You, Dristle.
Yeah. Let's see what kind. Okay, let's see what kind of drinks would he have. I mean, milk might be something he have. You know what? I'll just say, yeah, sure. He just pulls out one of those old-timey glass bottles of milk
Yeah, like a
And-
like I was like, yeah, you look like a milk drinker.
and a lunch tray.
You know, they
Like a lunch
kind of
pail.
came out and said in like one of those newspaper things that milk actually doesn't help you grow.
To
That.
be honest, calcium
Perfect.
from milk is not really played substantial. It's a PR ad.
I just think of like, shouldn't say much. Never mind. That'll be mean.
What did you mean? No,
It's
go
like
ahead.
usually people that drink milk seem like bitches to me. So
Wow.
Okay.
Eden has downed the milk.
It must be a bitch then, right? Did you say that people who like milk is bitch?
so why? What happened?
She pointed to Eddie.
Yeah. That's what I said. See.
He's got
That's
a milk
rude.
mustache. Oh. Eden
Hell
just
yes.
like looks confused, barely knows what's going on, half
Like,
asleep,
someone that just
fully
drinks milk
hungover.
just to drink milk, right? Not just. Isn't there a slur for that? A milk drinker? I don't know.
Yeah, in Skyrim.
What is
Like that's
it?
what they call non-werewolves. In the Champion Guild or whatever.
Haven't run across them yet.
Oh, they're in Whiterun. I think that's Whiterun. Yeah, Whiterun.
Yeah, I know that's like one of the first big cities you go to. I guess I haven't talked to them yet.
Do you know the one lady with the green makeup and her boobs are out? You might
You're
have seen
talking
her
about
fight a
that
giant.
shrine? Yes, I do recall her.
Yeah. The place she hangs out at
Okay.
is the place I'm talking about.
Oh,
So no
okay,
more
okay.
spoilers.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Thought everybody had played Skyrim by now, but okay, yeah.
Darren's probably top 3 from
Honestly,
top 2 games ever.
I'm just new to this. Milk drinker, a weak or a spineless person? Okay. So yeah, you get the milk, you get a box lunch with an omelet with diced vegetables, and a couple of sausages.
Go straight for the sausages.
That's homophobic. And he does. Thanks, I didn't have time to get food on the way.
Of course, it's helpful to get extras, especially for stakeouts.
Yeah.
So is he eating steak or sausage? I'm confused.
A sausage. I don't really know how to prepare steaks yet. Josh is still a bit upset with me after fire shenanigans.
Why are you mentioning steak? I don't understand.
Did you burn somebody's cow down?
Burn their cow down?
What?
Oh, I don't know. How is it?
Wouldn't that just be like
Steak-related arson?
murdering a cow?
I mean,
I guess.
Still alive. It's just
It's
no longer
severely
furry.
burnt.
are we talking singe head off? Are we talking immolation?
I actually saw somebody prepare a cow's head recently, and they took a blowtorch and just like burned out off all the fur and the skin, and that was like one of the ways they prepared it. It's very, very unsettling. And there's this cow's just walking around like that, 3rd-degree burns.
Hey, Carl.
Hmm. That is genuinely messed up.
Oh, what the?
Yeah.
That's better.
I mean, you kind of have to do that to get hair off. I mean, they do that to pigs and slaughterhouses too. It's not.
But
I don't think it's a. I don't think that's like a special process. But
Probably, yeah.
we don't need to get into the
it's a third-degree
inner workings
burn
of.
part.
Oh, yeah, because the cow survived.
Carl, stand back.
Yeah, that's why I find
Or is
like
that
messed
better?
up. Not necessarily the
That's
burning
better.
of hairs.
Carl, take it up. With pleasure.
Right. Sorry. So we're talking about a different kind of steaks. Icky.
Take it up. With pleasure. Whoa. You take it up too
yeah.
high. How am I gonna inject
So
the
I'm gonna go
cheese?
get
The
Quinny.
cheese?
Do you want me
Yes.
to?
What is that?
Who's
cheddar
everyone
or
going
pepper
for?
jack? Both. You was the man. There's pork
Oh.
in here too. See, I rolled it
You
in
know what?
ranch
Fine, I'll
dressing
go
and
with
then I force
Winston.
fed it to
You
her.
can talk with Ox
How do you
if you
think
want,
she
but
died? Natural causes. All right, this is gonna be so good.
Ugh. Well, y'all go on ahead and have your little heart attack.
bye.
Meatwad and I are gonna have us a healthy Labor Day. Ain't that right, Meatwad?
Yeah, I'll do that when I'm dead.
Turn off the video. What?
He said, if you really want to, you can talk with Ox. Bye.
I don't care. I was saying to you.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you who you want to talk to. I don't care. I mean, about you and Ox, like, I don't know, you get into an argument, they will take even longer, then blah, 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 and...
It will go fine. It will go fine.
Okay, we can go ahead, have fun.
So you want to go for Winston then?
Yes.
Alright.
And, meet up at the Vipers, I guess.
Sounds like
Okay.
a plan. Right. I think I already asked about Guide. Was she there when you left the brothel?
Was she there? I mean, we stayed at the brothel pretty much.
Yeah, so once you guys left the brothel, she said, I'm going to head back towards the cave. So she parted ways with you guys.
Okay. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, she left, she went back to the cave.
Well, I hope she enjoyed her night.
Yeah, she did. She sounded like she did. No, all the moaning.
Alright. So, plan, gathering up forces. Got it.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess we
We're going to go see which people's.
so
You
I
want to roll for
think,
that scene?
I think I send other people to go to the Aeons to grab them, and then we go grab each of the lost people, and then we meet up in the Vipers to tell them, and then we march on the fucking Templars.
So, do you want to roleplay out meeting with the folks?
Can I don't know if Vi and Winston have anything to talk about, but I mean I guess she can. Does Driscoll and Ox might have stuff to talk about since their bet never happened or whatever.
I mean, I don't know how time is wonky here, so I'm not
You
sure.
kept
I'm
saying
sure
it was weeks away.
Ox forgot.
Yeah, but he would still be training Aladdin regardless, I'd assume.
If you forgot.
No, he didn't forget. But you mentioned it being weeks out, like a few days ago. So I was wondering if you wanted to fast forward to this point.
It was 3 weeks out before they left the city. So I mean, it's only been maybe like a week and a half top, so maybe another week.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Sure.
so we can just role play him, just going up there thinking Driscoll's just gonna pester him about remembering something or so I guess I'll just go first. Driscoll enters the base over here. Just strides on through. As he's making his way down the stairs, what is Ox up to?
No, it can't work out that way. It just doesn't make sense. If he throws the sword, how would he catch it with the blade and not lose a finger? It doesn't make sense. Well, if you had plating on your gloves, how would you want plating on your gloves and you can't move them? It just doesn't. Look. Take your shit. Go help out the little one over there. You're not. Today you're just off. Look, go. Get it. Fine.
You both had me until you said catching the sword.
What do you want?
I'm afraid it's, well, first of all, not a happy way to greet them. To greet someone.
Why would I be happy to see you, scrawny man?
I think we both know I'm definitely not scrawny. What's up your
He just
butt
blinks at you.
today?
Like, not enough, apparently. What do you want? Can't.
Well, the time has come for us to go and see the crown. Given a show of force in order to hopefully bring peace. And your forces are.
Peace. Whoa. Hold that thought. You think I want to make peace with those assholes? Are you stupid? They killed my leader.
That was responsible has been on a pike and dead for a while. Did you not read the newspaper?
Wait, repeat that?
The one that was responsible, uh, it wasn't Satan. It was Satan.
They told
No,
me.
Sato. Yeah, Sato. He pulls out one of the older newspapers and just puts it, and he's not gonna push it onto his chest, but has it uh, folded to hand over to Ox.
Look, Driscoll, or look, I don't think you understand how revenge works. It's more than just having some leader die. I don't know if this is the one that actually killed my leader.
Wait, wasn't that confirmed?
That Sato was involved?
Yeah, like I thought Sato was the one that killed Hal along with Nina.
Mm-hmm. So he's like, I don't know if this Sato person. It's just if they're wearing blue, I want them dead.
We'll
Think
think
this
about
is
it.
just,
Good.
you think this is just solved by killing one idiot? They did this as a team effort. So if we're going over there to fuck them up, then I'm down. This is peace that you're talking about. I don't think I understand the situation correct.
Peace is what we're going for. However, if
You're
things
going
turn
for it.
south on their end, negotiations are off the table, then we'd have to relent and show force. Otherwise, I would not have come here in the first place.
Soft. Just like your little ass acolyte. Peon, what's his name? Darren? Doofus? I don't know.
Ox, I see you're trying to goad me into something, but I'm not going to fall for that.
Yeah,
If you
you're
want
too
to,
peaceful. Look, if you come to a training ground expecting to find somebody that's going to help you negotiate, you're rolling down the wrong path.
mm-hmm. Do I have to fight you for it?
Are you challenging me?
If that's what it takes. I mean, unless you're scared. I mean, you're a lost Lauren to me.
Yeah, I'm over that boat.
Oh damn.
How cute with those little love letters you had.
Yeah, burned those a few days ago.
Good for you, you're making progress.
Yeah.
This kind of taps him on the cheek, like just a
You
moment
just watch.
before, yeah, before I swat it.
How did you touch my face? Are you doing things?
Oh,
Kind of
perfect.
squint like, I think I'm getting it.
Yeah.
Let's talk of negotiations and peace and things. You're really soft. I might want to say sweet in a way. You want to caress my face again, don't you? Feel a scruff of my face. You're kind of gross.
You're insinuating a lot of things, but thinking is not your strong suit, Ox.
Yeah, but it's an
So
assumption.
do we have a deal? I beat you in the fight, and you help us out.
How about you save your energy for the crown?
Are you going to help me or not?
If we go out there to kill it, then sure.
Hmm. I can only promise there's a chance.
Gonna waste my time talking, then no. I want blood. Nothing else.
Blood. What's the good of it? I mean, seriously. You want to
That
spill
bitch
some
Nina.
mooks?
Pretty sure a lot of my other fellow wasps would have wanted to see her bleed out. Specifically, Winston, Quenya, Lauren.
Lauren?
Mm-hmm. You're
Oh, I know.
betraying your girl's trust by just deciding to talk it out. Pretty sure she'll be happy to see someone like her bleed out too. Especially with her hot head. Come on.
You know what? If you see Nina, go ahead. But Lauren will have first dibs.
Lauren will what?
If you see Nina, go at it. But if Lauren sees first, she has first dibs.
Oh, dibs. Fine. Just race it to the top.
Alright. Get your troops mobilized. We'll be meeting over there in about 2 hours. I'll contact you if there's any further details.
Yeah, so the guy that was approaching you guys kind of just celebrates and be like, fuck yeah, about to get the fucking blade blade, let's go! He runs back.
Is Aladdin fighting capable?
He's capable, but I don't want him to see warriors yet.
Yeah, I'm leaving Bryson behind too. Not really his fight. He's looking good.
I don't care. He's nothing compared to my boy.
He was talking about Aladdin as he looks over.
Oh, Aladdin's behind the door technically. I guess, he can be leaning there, sure. But yeah, he's like, yeah, I know, I trained. Of course he looks.
Should be an interesting fight next week.
Kind of one-sided what I'm expecting. Whatever. We meeting at the hall?
Where would we?
Viper border.
We're meeting at the Viper border.
Fine. Get going, I'll meet you there.
Right. But if you ever want to have a fight between us sometime, just let me know.
I'm not sure what you mean by fight anymore, so I'm going to pass. You acting kind
A
of weird.
sparring match.
Sparring, man. Same shit for you.
I was just like, last time Fi invited me to a spar.
Oh god, yeah. So, okay. So Driscoll just makes his way over, calls Vi, said, okay, Oxy's on board.
Okay, I guess. You guys fight or anything? Kiss him?
No, but he thinks I was coming on to him? Real weird.
You touch him inappropriately?
No. Decent bit, but you know how Oxy
Decent
is.
bit. Yeah, I mean, you touch him, he probably had a heart on. I guess you're not a girl, so I mean.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Ox likes men?
No, he likes women, I know that, but I mean, like, you touch him and he gets like a little. Yeah.
Is that like why he likes fighting so much?
Guys.
Oh no. Okay, well. Well, yeah, 2 hours at the Viper border.
Vi still calls Ox just to check up on him to be like, just to see what happened.
So when he answers, he's like, yo, did you send that dude over here to touch my face? What the hell was that?
Oh no, he's weird. He likes to touch people, I think. Yeah, you getting your people together to go to the crown to.
Yeah. No, hold on. We're gonna talk about this negotiation type shit. Like,
What?
if I'm going over there, I'm slashing motherfuckers up.
No. That's not how it's gonna work. What's gonna happen is we're gonna go over there with a big ass army. We're gonna tell them all to surrender, and I know most of them are gonna surrender, but some of them aren't, and then those are the ones we beat up.
Look, as long as I get to wet my blade, I'm.
Yeah. But I mean, if for some strange reason every one of them surrenders and this is that easy, which that would be kind of boring if it was just that easy. But I mean, they have some crazy ass motherfuckers over there, like the Templar, the Paladins and stuff. Yeah, they ain't gonna go down so easy or quit so easy. So there might be some people fighting to the death over there. So The idea is we have to look like the good guys, right? We're like, hey, we're giving you a chance, right? And then when they throw the first punch, then we get to like, do what we want to do.
Alright. It's not my fault if I start shit on accident.
We'll keep you in the back. You can run through later.
Nah. I'm okay. I'm gonna sit up front.
Stop being a little bitch, Ox.
I'm the opposite of a bitch.
Yeah, then deal with it. I bet you
That's what I'm
cry
trying to
when your
do.
mom made
That's
you eat your vegetables too, right?
Those greens were not worth the time.
Mm-hmm.
I needed my protein. So you didn't know any better.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Look. Just make sure I get to have fun with fucking people, fight some people. I'm not signing up for the night.
Just wait. Give us a minute. I'll let you go.
Fine.
You get first dibs at charging in and beating people when they get out of hand.
Beautiful. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, bye. Click. I guess Vi's is outside Winston's house, like knocking on the door while she's yelling. Like they probably opened the door while she's just still talking to Ox.
Yeah, so we got word that they were at the one of the restaurants, bars. So.
The bar, okay.
Going
Yeah, so I guess Vi's just outside the front, pacing back and forth to Ox while this happens. God damn, Ox is piece. Like, hey, what's up? Walked over.
Your phone call. We heard everything. Is it okay?
Yeah. We're gonna march our armies to the Templar. We're gonna say, get down or lay down. One of those two things happen, right. And then they probably surrender. Well, most of them, except for the crazy people. We handle the crazy people, and then we have the town, and we can start moving to make it a better place.
Sorry, they got awkward real fast.
Yeah,
so,
I read.
Question: Is it all or nothing, or are we actually negotiating, or is Ox going to cause a problem?
I'll handle Ox.
Right. I overheard your phone call. It's just a little worrisome.
We all handle Ox. We just like punch him in the face or something. Like trip him. I don't know, I can just touch his penis and he'll get a hard on. He'll get all, I don't know, it's weird.
Fine. If you can keep him under control, I'm in. Gray's gonna stay back though. Not gonna.
That's fine. It's just making sure peoples and everything so we can most of them surrender.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, we're meeting at the Viper border whenever you guys are ready. We'll be about an hour or so.
Right. I'll prepare.
Okay. Okay, well then, see you guys later. Got people to talk to. Ryder's heads out. Easy peasy.
So you said you sent people to go talk to the Aeons?
Yeah, it would probably be Vi's people. Hush, Serena, Red, maybe. Just a group of them.
Mm-hmm.
Can explain. If they need anything to call her.
So they'll give a call back and give you word that Riku is in a coma.
Tell him to wake up.
Red's gonna be like, it's not that easy, love. It seems to be induced by his crystal.
Oh, well then he's going nap through the fight, I guess. I guess his loss. Is he okay?
They say his vitals are fine, but it's just that his energy levels are fairly low.
What's wrong with him again? Something? Who's in his head? Our secretary.
I still have no idea what's going on, ma'am.
Just like, she's like, God damn it.
I don't know if I don't know anybody that's in a coma. Just
So
should I
she
know about
mentioned
this?
No.
Yeah, she mentioned
I should know about
Eclipse.
this.
Yeah, it's Eclipse. Didn't we meet with them? And
Didn't we beat
I'm
the guy
sorry.
up? Is that the big shadow guy we beat up?
Well, perhaps we had some effect on Riku in doing so.
Oh,
Not love. It's
maybe we beat up Riku's head.
right. This may be a tough time for him, as his connection to the beast may be a problem.
I guess we should deal with that next. Well, I guess just gather whoever's willing to come, whoever's going to stay with him, and we can do with what we got.
Right. Okay, we'll take care of it.
Okay, see you in an hour. Love you.
Love you too.
Yeah, she gives you kisses like, bye.
Mwah.
Yeah. Okay, everything's good so far. We just gotta hope Icky doesn't fuck things up. Cut the Icky fucking thing now. Somehow he's trying to make her tiny again to put her back in the pocket.
To yeah, because he going you.
Yeah.
Ægis stealing women.
Hey, I was still in women before it was cool, okay? No.
Yeah.
Before I come in, I will go ahead and change my appearance. Okay. Yeah. So I walk in, take a look around, see some usuals.
Yep.
I see Nora at the
Music's
bar.
playing. There's people at the tables, but I don't have any. Yeah, Nora's at the bar, kind of just leaning there. Probably eating an apple, playing around, just looking around. Notices you and tilts his head a bit.
Is he eating the apple with a knife? How intimidating is he?
He's kind of using his fingertips as the knife.
Never mind.
I noticed that she's playing, so I will go ahead and just order a drink and wait for her to stop playing. Finish and stop playing. Yes.
So Nora's gonna just kind of lean in. What you here for?
A word with Quinya, but I'll wait. So
Very courteous to wait. So yeah.
I mean, it's
1 second.
always impressive to watch.
Girl, that's talent. Slide you a drink. So you guys have been up to some serious business, I heard. Besides your wedding, it was pretty nice. Congratulations once again.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Word travels fast, I guess.
He was there.
Yeah, I know. Just like trying to play it off like nonchalant. Yeah. Yeah. This might be a lot. How's she been lately? Her and her father getting along okay?
Yeah, it seems that things are turning out okay. We met not too long before the wedding. Yeah. She's getting better control over things. So he walks over to the edge again, and he taps 3 times, and you kind of hear the music just start to mellow out to a close.
Yeah, as it stops, Nikki will stand and clap and golf clap, not like hooting and hollering.
Good show.
There's no need for such applause.
I think.
To what do I have the pleasure?
Unfortunate. I guess unfortunate news, but the adjusters are planning to show a hand of force against the crown, and hopefully they'll submit without causing any more issues, just to wrap things up. So we're
So Noah's
requesting.
gonna
Yeah, go ahead.
request. Noah's just gonna laugh at the comment, like, "Oh, finally getting our hands dirty, are we?" What are you requesting?
You're well, they're requesting Quinia's presence or anyone she can muster. Anyways, like as you said, we've been dealing with a lot. I mean, not just our things, but other things that you guys don't really need to be worried about anymore. Anyways, so any people you can kind of muster would be appreciated, but if it's going to strain you too much, then don't worry about it.
No. When I signed up to join you all, I expected things like this, so we'll take care of it, whatever we need to. Let's go forth and get rid of this mess, I guess.
Yeah,
That way
and
I
I
can play in
kind of
peace.
right, and I look at Norm like, you seem awful chuckly, Mister. I'm gonna be a vigilante. Just start doing my own things.
Oh. She calmed me down a bit. I was on the path to destruction. So let's call it lucky, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a lot of different things. Don't you worry. But
How are the others doing? Vipers.
Josh is taking over rule, but it sounds like he'll pass leadership once things kind of come to terms. But as far as anything else, I don't know. No, it's not necessarily
Josh
the
is
outcome you
cool.
wanted, but
Josh is nice but soft. Well, I wouldn't say soft. He's more of a non-active leader. Doesn't care for much.
I don't know. I can't comment on him. I don't know him as well as you. So perhaps you know him better. But if you ask me, his approach seems much more appropriate than Vi's. So if we're judging
Comparing
apples
them,
by
yeah,
apples, then
the better of the two, indeed.
but I don't know how your previous boss is going to take us taking control of the crown. Um, him fucking genie or whatever.
Yeah, that traitor can die. I could care less.
Yeah, I figured as much. But do you? I mean, it seems like all the power that Vi had kind of went with him, right? There was anyone who was going to side with the crown is already there, right?
Right.
I mean, I sounds that you don't like have anyone on the other side, but if either of you do, I suggest you do all you can to sway them to come over peacefully and not fight. I don't think they're going to be taking very much in the way of mercy if people don't just lay down arms.
All those blues could die for all I care. And you see Quinn, you kind of just nudge him a bit.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, I as soon as he says it, I look at her and she already like corrects the action. I'm like, wow.
I'm sorry. It's
I mean,
everyone's been rubbed the wrong way by them. It's got to be expected, right?
Oh yeah. And as far as Quinia is concerned, the person or people that messed with you have been dealt with severely.
That's good news to hear too. All right. So I don't want to speak for her, but whatever force you need, I'll be there to back it.
I figure as much. Like I said, just we're hopefully with a big enough flex, it'll just be no bloodshed needed, but just come prepared.
All right.
And
I'll be ready.
yep, and I guess we'll meet at the Vipers. What is it? Border there. They didn't really specify where, so I mean, if you just see a congregation of people, that's probably where it's going to be. But I imagine we'll kind of spread out and just slowly encroach. But yeah, I kind of just like look around, see the people, like, okay, well, I'm gonna go now, and I kind of just like pass them, but I will go ahead and like switch it to my normal form as I leave.
Okay. You're sort of, what the fuck? What the fuck? All right, cool. Is there anyone else? Alright, so do y'all want to handle this tonight or wait till next week to handle it, or what's up?
I guess
I
it's
am
probably better to
barely
wait.
conscious.
Yeah, I guess it's probably better to wait till next week so we can finish it up.
Yeah, sounds like it's gonna be something big.
Okay.
See you
Cool,
next
cool.
week.
Just
Yeah, sorry about having to miss for just a little bit. Like I said, I went to go get my food, and my mom's like, "I have a conundrum. My will." I'm
That's
like,
all good.
"Excuse me."
This is the perfect time to mention it, yes.
Yeah, we all missed a little bit, I think. But yeah, I guess I'll see some of you tomorrow, or I guess Fred tomorrow maybe if I do Vermintide.
Vermintide, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, actually, I
are
might be
guys
playing
playing-
5D chess with a friend, but yeah, it depends on
5D
what day.
chess.
Yeah, with it's on Steam for like $10, but it's chess with time travel and parallel dimensions.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
I can't explain that better. Like, they just add rules for the pieces, and they keep track of every board state that you have the entire game, and there's rules that allow pieces to go back to previous board states.
Okay.
And every time you do that, it removes the piece from the board you moved it from, and onto the new board, or onto the board from the past, and then it creates a parallel timeline. It's really complicated, and hopefully it'll be fun, but it looks completely asinine. So yeah, I just need to hear back from him if that's what we're doing, because if that's not, then I'm gonna be probably going down there and playing board games with him. So I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. Just whatever. We'll be around tomorrow.
Okay. Yep.